Hey, we're live.
All right.
What's up, y'all? Wait for some people to get in here. Got my friend here with me. The victim of the same fraud from the sheriff's office. Their violence, a few miles down the road from me, and discussing some things such as the driver license. Got nobody in here. All right, somebody's in the house. Joe, what are we talking about, man, Cody? Driver license.
Yep.
And
Well, I say you don't need one.
you don't need one. We got the right to travel, but I mean, you got to really defend that right to have it. But we have it nonetheless. It needs to be fought for.
Right. A lot of people don't know about it.
Trying to spread awareness about it.
They tell you, they tell you,
Yeah,
they tell you shit,
me,
and everybody believes it.
let's see. Yeah, this is when I got out of jail, 2022. This was rolled up in my property.
Look at that thing.
This is how they put their fraudulent charges. I mean, which aren't even charges at all because they come from a police and not the district attorney's office. They're not even charges. These say supporting deposition. We got here unregistered motorcycle. Oh yeah. Operating without insurance.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff.
Operator permit. Operator rev. Aggravated unlicensed operation. Unlicensed operator.
Of course, they do that to paint the picture.
Isn't that the same thing?
They paint the picture of you looking
failed
like a bad
flood,
guy.
lid, rid of way. I could figure out what that's getting at, I think, but I can't be expected to understand technical jargon. Failed to yield the right of way to emergency vehicle. That's a lie. Failed to comply with a lawful order. That's a lie too.
Oh, you got more charges than me. I would still be locked up in there.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, man. They're not even charges because where's the indictment?
I don't know how you still walking.
Failure to comply with lawful order. It requires your consent, man. Uninspected motor vehicle because you have a right to an indictment, but they can prosecute you with an information, but that would be a prosecutor's information, but that requires your consent. But this is not even a prosecutor's information. This is a policeman's information. The only thing they should do with this, because a policeman's not qualified to make determinations of law. So what the policeman can take this to the district attorney's office, and the district attorney can look at that. Oh, okay, where's the evidence that goes along with this, and decide what they're going to charge the guy with.
They take that shit to trial, and they can say whatever in there.
You want to stop it long before trial, man. Uninspected motor vehicle.
Well, where's the proof of the day? We'll see the video then.
Yeah.
You fucking pulled me over with that shit.
Right. They won't come up with the body camera.
They don't. Just like when I went through an
uninspected.
I said, show me that I outran you in that.
No reg unless inspected. Direct. Oh, same one or twice they had it. No motorcycle plate. And driving while intoxicated. But that wasn't all on that.
Right, look at that paper. This is
that wasn't even all. That was just the vehicle and traffic ones from that. Then they got that was just the vehicle and traffic. Then they got bail jumping in the second degree, resisting arrest.
What? You're still walking around? What the hell?
He just got out of prison. My friend here from they did the same thing to him. RF still killing us softly. What's up, man? Easy cameras on. What's up, brother? All right. Say hi, man. These my people, man, in here. Got my friend Cody here, man. He just got out the can. From the same shit they did to me, man. They were stealing his truck. at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, right up the fucking driveway.
And he went out there. What the hell's going on? They beat the hell out of him.
They tried to.
And I thought maybe he could tell his story a little bit tonight here and expose the fraud, man, and these fucking these filthy criminals, man.
I don't know. They do what the hell they want. I'm telling you that.
Well, aggravated unlicensed operation, obstructing government administration.
I guess there's no such thing as self-defense.
Bail. Well, there is, man, but you gotta stand up for it.
Yeah, but when I seen the fucking pay-per-view with the lawyer,
tag me in the post.
They docked all that.
Yeah, right on, man.
Video and everything else. I ain't seen none of that in the video. So what the hell? Where's the fucking video of them talking shit to me then?
Well, man,
trying to taste my wife for that. She was pregnant at the time.
I put in for a FOIA request for that body camera footage, man, from at Cody's house, and they said that release of those records would be an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. That's a favorite of theirs. They give a blanket denial, unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So, you know, I wrote appeal letters on all the other ones, and that one I'm going to too. But I'm gonna have to sue them. There's even no choice. Bail jumping in the 3rd degree, assault in the 2nd with intent to cause injury to an officer, operating without giving proof when proof required.
What the fuck is that?
I think proof of these allegations is
what about my privacy? They fucking lied in the statement saying it was a different address. It wasn't my damn land.
Unregistered motorcycle.
I'm sick of it.
It's all fraud, man. Look at this one here. All the little problems I found on this one paper. I had a corresponding sheet, if you can see the numbers on there. I think there was like 60 of them or something on each page, you know.
I'm sick of reading papers.
Yeah, these, you know, can't blame me, man, for being sour about that, man. But they take the papers the only way to get back at them, man. You know, they got the fucking guns, but
it's nothing but toilet paper now.
No, not to me, man. I'm gonna sue these motherfuckers. Easy, man. What's up, man? What happened, bro? I seen that video. Is your channel fucking back up or what? You guys want to come up here? You want to come up, Easy? Let me drop the link here. Oh, see if I can figure out how to do it. RF's killing softly. You want to come up, bro? Post the comment. See.
Yeah, who got the comment? Because I'm sick of it.
Hang on. All right, let's kill it softly. See the comments here? No victim, no motherfucking crime. That's right. Yeah, man, people thought I was you. Easy there talking smack. It was coming in my notifications saying I stabbed somebody. And then I figured out what happened, man. And then I went and looked at the channel, man, and it wasn't there. Let's see if we got someone wants to come up. All right, Easy.
I'm telling you, they paint the picture.
There, I got Easy up here, man.
I'm in the show.
What's up, man?
What up, man?
What's happening?
Talk to you. Relaxing, man. Staying out of trouble, man. You know, shit happens.
Yeah, man, I don't think you ever seen you go with the Avatar, man. You shy today, huh?
Yeah, I have to be now. I have to be.
Yeah. So what happened, man? Did you go to jail?
I can't even talk about it like that, but shit happens, you know what I'm saying?
Is your channel back up?
Yeah, it's back up. I had to write I got so much complaints off of that. And like people like reported so much that they took it down, but then they realized it was just because of that. And I wrote them, and when I first wrote them, they just gave me back my channel. Then I wrote them like, yo, I lost all my videos, all my subscribers, and they just put it all back. They gave me back everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got my 4,000 people back with all the videos, but all the videos they set all the videos on private. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Yeah, man, I'd like to check out a couple of them live streams that we did. That's on private. What do you charge for a membership? $5 or something?
Nah, I don't even got membership no more because I got demonetized.
Oh. Yeah, I just wanted to watch some videos back, man. I don't even have $5.
I tagged you in some I tagged you in a post earlier that I saw a picture of, and I'm like, yo, Christopher will love this. Where it was the it comes with the statue of the no need to license or whatever.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I tagged you. You check it out later if anything.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it
Well,
was pretty cool.
RF's killing us softly. What's up, man?
How you doing, brother?
Oh, not too bad. Got
Can
my
you hear
friend
me
here with
fine
me
or what?
tonight, man. Just got out the can.
Congratulations to him, man.
You know,
Can't ain't no
How's it
place to
going,
be.
Easy?
It's whack.
Huh?
Maintaining, man. Trying to maintaining and staying out of the bullshit. Trying to stay
Yeah,
out of the
man.
conversations. Trying to stay. I'm addicted to YouTube though, so it's like it's hard. It's hard to stay away from everything. It's hard to stay away from the chats. It's hard to not want to speak about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I kind of made myself like a public figure, but I try to
Same here. Same
keep
here.
my personal life. It's kind of just well, I don't know, these talks and stuff, but I don't complain about my personal problems. I guess I just I keep it to my battle with the pig empire, man. And
That's what I try to do. But I got so sidelined because of YouTube about my goals and what I was going after, and I messed up, man. It's.
yeah,
At this point, I think we have an obligation to speak up and fight. That's the way I feel about it.
yeah, I feel that way. That's how I feel too, man. I had Mark Passio, man, snapped me out of it when he said, "Look at yourself in the mirror and say that I'm not going to do what's in my power to do to fight against human slavery because I wish to remain a private individual." And he said, keep saying that to yourself,
there's no unity.
and then get the fuck over it.
If it was unity in there, people put
Yeah.
together and stood up for the guns and the shit would happen.
Something's happening,
Or
man.
they got some damn tail with tucked between their fucking legs and shit.
Not
Nothing
locally,
up.
but I kind of gauge like
You're upstate New York, right, Chris? If I
what's that?
recall, you're upstate New York. You're upstate
Yeah,
New York,
yeah.
if I recall, right?
Not upstate per
Yeah, sir.
se. Buffalo. I'm on the other side of the lake from RF's killing us softly, and on the other side of the state from you.
Damn, I had a couple people that wanted me to visit them in Buffalo, man. I would have ran past you too.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you come to Buffalo, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the reservation.
Well, I can't go nowhere now. I'm restricted to this house.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, man. Did you
But it's all right.
how'd you think I did in that court
What?
hearing? RF's killing us softly.
I don't
You
know.
did great, bro.
I'm waiting to hear.
Oh, you didn't listen
I didn't
to
get
it?
The
to see
video
it.
when he was in court. You didn't see it? You didn't see it when he was in court?
No,
I
it
watched all
was.
his stuff, man.
I came to the live.
Christopher said,
Listen,
after
I came
Chris
to the live, but
said,
nothing came up.
Yeah, right.
after
Yeah,
Chris said, I motivated him to do this, I stayed in tune to this guy.
well,
And
man.
he been going through some shit, man. He been fighting a
I
lot, man. And the worst one I got scared for was the dog. I thought they was gonna kill the dog. I'm an animal lover, so I thought they was
know.
gonna try to
Yeah,
take the dog. I said, yo,
me too. I thought they were gonna shoot that dog too, man.
You gotta know how to speak their language.
It's like, man, they don't have the usual fucking thugs they sent, man. I think those guys are in fucking damage control mode, and they're for getting sued. So they send different ones,
The same fuckers
That
that
guy-
took me down.
Yeah, but not this time. It wasn't. It was
look at New York State. We don't have qualified immunity, right? The cops don't got qualified immunity, but they
Man,
still so corrupt.
I don't know,
Qualified
every
immunity,
state's
man.
differently, though.
qualified immunity. I said it in the comment section on Grand Example. I think I said it really good. I wish I could read it. I don't have it in front of me. But qualified immunity, man, everybody's got it wrong about that shit. Qualified immunity applies to everybody, man. Like if you stop the mugger from mugging an old lady, that you're witnessing, that causing an old lady a loss, injury, or harm on the street, and you intervene to stop that crime from happening. Now, if the mugger inadvertently twisted his ankle or something while you're stopping him from committing a crime, then you have immunity from suit against that, man, because you're acting in good faith. You know, you're stopping somebody from getting injured. That's what qualified immunity is, man. It's not just for the police. They got that shit all twisted, man, because for one thing, the police are nothing but glorified citizen arresters. Because how could a group
I
of
think they
people?
just glorify bullies. They
Yeah,
glorify
well,
bullies.
right,
These-
right. But I'm
Like
saying, you know,
everybody always say, these are people that had no choice. They couldn't find no other job. They had no talent. They either got bullied in school or
hey,
you know they have no talent. But the only talent they got is to beat up others.
right, man.
Well, that's why I
But the
don't-
qualified immunity though. Let me,
That's why I don't feel bad for putting them in the hospital.
yeah. Let me finish my thought on the qualified immunity because you heard it, citizens arrest. You know that's all police are doing. The glorified citizen arresters, man. You know they just got all them weapons and shit like that, but they don't have extra rights to that they can harm commit violence against people.
But you know,
So they're a gang themselves.
Because if they initiate an encounter there was no crime being witnessed and they violate somebody's rights, they have no immunity.
they
Just like,
don't. They're not supposed to. But you ever heard of a citizen arrest, or like a citizen doing a citizen's arrest and was too rough on the arrest that they got sued? There's a case out there like that. I forgot
well,
where it
yeah,
was it where I
that's
heard
the
it.
same thing. It's the same thing.
No, those are snitches.
No, a citizen arrested.
Sure,
A
there's
citizen's
thousands of
arrest. You know how we
cases
got the
like
right to
that.
arrest somebody, and then the guy they arrested, well, held him down until the cops came there. He got charged
That's crazy. I see people do
for
that.
being too aggressive.
Yeah, right. So
Oh, and that,
he
just like the guy on the train with the chokehold. Y'all saw the video with the guy on the train with the chokehold. He got charged from being from saving somebody.
Right.
yeah, man.
That's in fucking New York City over there.
Man, what's up with your mayor? Oh, is he in court for fraud?
They worry about me, and we got top notch government in New York City. That's more corrupt than the whole city.
You have rights, cops have duties. What's happening, man?
Oh, he's in here.
Yeah.
That's a cool guy. Cool guy. You got rights. Cops have duties.
Man,
I
I
like
love
the
when you go
comments.
live, man. Fuck, I'm like the best people, man, on here. I love y'all, man.
I respect all y'all, man. You know, like I said, man, my goals got twisted, and I don't know, man. Let's see how this turns out. You know, wish me the best, man. 'Cause I'm definitely gonna fight my case
Yeah,
again.
it's bullshit what you're going through, bro.
Hey, Chad Klein, what's up, man? Maybe New York City was arrested. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if it was yesterday, but it was new. It was news.
My one of my order friends, well, associates, David, New York, went to go to broadcast the news today about that as free press. They arrested him. They pushed him. They told him he had to move. Then they pushed him. He fell. I would have called ambulance right there. Once you push me, I'm gonna fall. Ambulance. Ow.
No,
They have a duty to do.
but I
Yeah,
got
go watch it. David, New York, the word, and then NY, New York. David, New York, New York.
David, New York, New York.
And
Man,
Yeah.
what's happening in Canada? RF's killing softly.
Say that again, Chris?
What's happening in Canada, man?
Nothing fucking, nothing that's fucking healthy, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Have you ever ran into
It's a
Canada
nightmare
Cop
here.
Watch?
To what?
Oh, yeah.
RF, you ran into Canada Cop Watch out there before?
Of course. Yeah. True North
These are good people,
Transparency.
fucking great. True North, yes. I love those guys. Those guys are cool, man.
Can't stand the cops. I'm still looking over my shoulder when I drive, man.
Yeah, it's crazy here, Chris.
Man.
Just fucking mental.
Is it getting worse, man? Or
Yeah, they're passing. Oh fuck! They're trying to pass this bill C663. It's fucking nuts, bro. If you go to a protest, you can go to jail for the rest of your life. They can give you a life sentence for going to a protest.
What?
You
Someone
can
got
if you post
What?
something that they deem as hate speech online, 5 years. They can give you fucking 5 years if this bill gets passed.
What we doing on here?
Man,
That's my minimum right now. That's my minimum right now.
The United States is more free than Canada, huh?
Oh,
Yeah, we have the right
United
to
States
protest.
or
We have the right to
whatever.
address our gun.
Canada's
Yeah,
fucked.
all in our First
You
Amendment.
should see
All in our
Australia.
First Amendment. We got all. We
Australia's
beat all
fucking
that.
right out of control, man.
Australia,
Australia's
yeah.
right out of control.
Yeah.
I'm not going over
Like
there.
you want to get mad, you just watch Aussie Nathan.
In
You'll get
Australia?
about
Aussie.
2 minutes into
That's my
one of his
guy,
videos,
Aussie.
and you'll be fucking
You'd
fuming.
be pissed. You'd be pissed. Yeah, he ain't lying. Aussie's one of the good guys too.
Man, you guys watch Justinian Deception? Romley Stewart?
Who? Say it again.
Justinian Deception.
No.
One guy's name's Romley Stewart. He's in
Oh,
Australia.
no. I watched Gypsy.
No, I don't think so.
Man,
Aussie.
highly
Gypsy.
recommend. I highly recommend to check that out. He's on YouTube.
Yeah, I watched Gypsy Audits. Gypsy Audits. He's from UK too.
It's called Justinian Deception.
Justinian.
I don't know.
I highly
Yeah, drop
recommend.
that. Drop the link in the chat if you can. If you could drop the link in the chat later
I'm
on.
not sure how
when
to
I'll
do it,
read-
man. I always end.
The point is, if you don't know how to speak the language, you're gone. Yeah, I told her under pressure. You know, I said, say, fuck.
Yeah, thanks to you, Royce. Cops have duties. Does anyone? You got a wrench, man? Can you drop that link? I'm not sure how to do it. Justinian Deception. Yeah. Yeah, they haven't heard of it, man. That's why yeah, it's huge, man. He explains the use of deceptive use of language.
If you're asking me, Chris,
yeah,
if you're asking me to drop it, I don't have a clue how to do it either, bro.
yeah, I don't know how to do it. I could go to my clipboard, but if I don't have it on there, if I try to go to YouTube to get it and copy the link and stuff.
There you go. He did it.
All right, yeah,
Yeah, Bryce did it.
It's not blue. I don't know if it works.
It's still, you can still see the name, and you could
Yeah, that's
type
the
it
link,
in.
man. Yeah, check that shit out, man.
Yeah.
It's all the same, man. What's going on
I don't know.
in England and Australia?
What they need is unity.
The only difference is here they don't call it the crown.
Every westernized country. If you're white, you're a target.
Well, there's no.
They are
I don't
instigating
identify as a so-called white anymore.
mad race wars everywhere.
I don't identify as a
They're
so-called white.
instigating mad race wars every day.
All that
San
stuff is
Joaquin
insane.
Valley, their news network put up a video today of a black couple, 8-year-old son being misplaced at school, and like they lost
Wow.
the kid. That's the story, and it's totally a psyop. Now Sam Joaquin throws it out there like it's the unwritten truth, you know what I mean? But it's 100% psyop scam. It's just like the football player who they pulled over. It's like all that others. It's just gaslighting is what it is, and it's the same here.
A lot of gaslighting
and
behind
it's
it.
like the Haitians in Idaho, in the Idaho or Ohio. It's the same here.
Yeah, it's a distraction.
In our little
man.
country, like we have like 40 million people in our country, and last year we had 1.3 million Indians alone come to this country.
In your country, you have 40 million. There's
Yeah.
probably more people than that in New York. I bet you.
Fuck, I can't come over there.
Oh, yeah, I think there's like way more people in New York.
Than in all of Canada.
New York
Yeah,
is out of
probably.
line, overpacked, and then on
Like,
top
isn't
of
New
that,
York like
again,
80 million or something?
Oh, is that right?
we got the most people in the world.
Than all of Canada.
New York
I
got the
don't know.
most
It's
people in the
close, that's
world.
for
I believe.
sure.
all about money. I'm telling you.
Well,
New York is out of
I
line.
heard
I
it
want to move out of New York. After this case or whatever the case, I might move out of New York.
me too, man. I've had it with this shit. I can't be free here,
I'm
man.
done with the city. I'm done with the
Hard here.
people in there. I'm done with everything.
I
You
heard
can't be
one time
free
out of
anywhere.
Canada
That's
that
the thing.
90%
We're
of
at war.
Canadians, 90% of Canadians live within 100 miles of the United States border.
Yeah, because it's fucking cold. You don't have to go too far. You go 5 hours north of where I am, and on the
Yeah,
map
I went.
they don't show green.
I,
It's all white.
I went camping one time
It
at the
looks like
edge of
Antarctica. 5
Canada
hours
from New
north.
York. Yeah,
But some of that
I went
stuff, man,
straight north.
you look up north, up towards the,
Oh fuck! I got a
maybe
phone call.
so,
I'll
because
be back
You
in
go
a
Gail
second.
7 hours north.
Chris and
7 hours north of
I got a
Niagara
phone call. I'll be
Falls.
back if anything.
You're
Okay.
in snow.
I'm sorry, what's that? Oh,
7 hours
hopped out.
north and
Dad, you want to
from
come up here, man?
Niagara
I dropped the link.
from
You have
Niagara
rights. You want
Falls,
to
and
come up?
you're in snow.
Yeah, man. But looking on a map, I think some of that stuff's made up. As you go north into Canada, they show all those little pockets of water. Like parts of it's more water than land as you go north.
A lot of people can't live in those conditions. Though.
Oh yeah,
nobody.
there's just we have so much water. It's unbelievable, honestly.
And something's up with
100,000
Greenland, man.
lakes.
Something's up with Greenland that it's a fabrication.
Greenland, shit, they got a good jail over there. Shit, like a hotel.
Greenland, why is it all ice when it's at the same latitude or longitude as the other masses of land there aren't covered in ice.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of ice in Greenland, and Iceland is pretty green.
Right. Well, there's another one that disappeared.
Oh, they got the
That used to
north-
be on the
north-
old maps.
they got the
Tunisia,
Northern
I
Lights.
think maybe it was called.
They got the Northern Lights over there and shit.
You have right. So there's some shit happening in the hood tonight, and the dogs are
I-
barking. I won't be able to come up without them barking. Oh yeah.
I read about Russia, man. They're freaking giving contracts to convicts in that 18 months just to get out of jail just to fight in the army. After that, they go free in that.
I heard that too.
Man, how come they don't do that?
I don't know how true that is. I don't
Shit.
believe anything I hear
They
anymore.
should have did that over here.
You can't.
Man,
I believe none of what I hear and half of what I see, Chris.
I believe what I can prove to be not true. I guess I know I can tell you what I don't believe more than I can tell you what I believe.
the whole thing is.
Well, believing is something that changes. The more you learn, the more you're capable of learning. The more you learn, the more you can understand. The more then you're capable of learning. It's a snowball effect, right?
I got
So
man.
as you learn, you grow.
I'm reading really really well. It keeps getting better.
I learned how to read in jail.
Where'd you go, RF?
You just cut out there for a second.
Okay, you're back. Yeah, I read somewhere that someone said if you keep reading, you start reading faster, you understand what you're reading better and everything, and to the point where you just look at a page and kind of absorb it off the page. And I could see that.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I'm not there, not quite there, but
it's like I describe it like, for me, it's like surround sound.
It's like surround sound.
Yeah, it's like I'm in the center of it all, and it just comes to me in a wave. It's yeah, it's fucking pretty wild, really. It's like well, everything's frequency, and it's like fucking, it kind of downloads.
Yeah.
Like it's shocking. One of my favorite things to look at. I don't have it anymore because I lost everything just repeatedly in my life. Is this old Oxford Dictionary from like the 40s? It's like 10 pounds.
I
14
got it on. I got an
inches.
unabridged one from the 50s, a Webster's.
Yeah, I'm not dissing your book. That's great. Oxford is fucking the best one ever.
Is it?
Like
I love that. I
that's
love
yeah,
that
that's
Webster.
where the language was. That's where the English language was created, right?
I don't know.
There's a Webster one here. It's nowhere near. It's nowhere near. But anyways, freaking
Yeah, I mean, I love it
that
though. I got
I
that when I was like 10
I
years
would
old.
read that thing. I would read that thing on the regular because everything is in there, and it was just so overwhelming. I couldn't I couldn't deal with it for more than 15 minutes. There's so much information in there. It was like, whoa, it was like phenomenal.
Yeah, the definitions are really are rich. If you compare it, just even that Webster's to
Oh, it's all code. It's all
if
code,
you
bro.
compare it to Wikipedia, I mean, it really goes to show how dumbed down shit has gotten. And
Well, it's like the laws, right? Laws for thee, not for me. It's the same. Like what they say in behind closed doors isn't what we say in the public. They speak a totally different language. When they speak, it's totally different. When they speak to the public, they're reading a script. When they're behind closed doors, totally different. And I mean, we know they read from the script. And the
yeah, it's
odd
been
time that you catch them off the cuff, like on the street, like that incident where the Rothschild guy was caught on the street walking to his car or something like that. And the guy runs up with the camera and questions him about eating kids and stuff. And he just was like a deer in the headlights, like with that guilty laugh.
yeah. So man, you didn't get a chance to listen to that court recording, huh?
No,
I
I
had a hard
didn't.
time getting that too. Yeah. I see where I could have done better. There are always men that seek to have others do the dirty work of life for them. Yeah. Yeah, there sure are.
I listened to that live for a long time too, or like what I thought. I was hoping something was happening, but
Yeah, well later,
it
I
seemed
did
like
get the recording. I did get the recording of it, but not on that live stream because they got a signal jammer there. So when I went in, it
yeah,
cut right
that's what
out.
somebody said in the chat. Somebody said that
Yeah,
in the chat.
yeah. So I reported him to the FCC. I
Yeah,
don't know if
see,
I
if in Canada, if we do that, it's like a $10,000 fine, 6 months in jail.
what a signal jammer.
No, if we record in the court.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well, this is a one-party consent state here.
same here.
Oh yeah.
Same here.
What are the
Yeah.
wiretapping charges?
No, if,
You have
if
rights.
it,
What's
there's a
happening, man?
sign there's a sign in the courtroom. If you record in the courtroom, they're going to charge you $10,000 fine and up to 6 months in jail.
Man, I'm down to 1%. You guys, this thing might die on me. It's depleting faster than I can charge it.
You can't plug it in?
It is plugged in. It's charging, but it's going down rather than up.
You got to clean it. You got to shut
Yeah.
down some apps on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, plus on,
Yeah.
on top of it, pull out the charger and then blow inside the port and then put it back together because it's slow charging right now.
Yeah, I'll do that. If it dies on me, I think you guys can keep streaming. And I'll just come back when I get a little juice in a few minutes. Okay, Bleak Narratives, what's up, man?
Cheers, cheers.
Hey, Blake Narratives.
Howdy, howdy. How we doing?
Now, I don't
how's it going,
understand
boys?
with
Okay.
the court how they could put you in jail and fine you for creating a record of something that's intended to be public.
I just filed my paperwork with the court, but the justice court, the district court lady filed the paperwork with the district court, but now we checked to see if there was any warrants for me in the district court, which they said they were supposed to have bound my court over to district court, but there was no warrants for district court, and I guess they never bound the court over. They never bound the cases over to district court, so that was all a bunch of hogwash and tomfoolery. And then but now we've turned these papers into the justice court. This Gus Sullivan, his name is William Gus Sullivan, is the justice court guy. He I guess he demanded that the justice court clerk does not file my paperwork. That they said that they what is it? Not logged. They did some. They did some. They put it into into my file. They, instead of filing it with the court, they put it into my case file or my file, like my county file. Like, what the hell is that about? Christopher Real must have went away. He's paused like a mother.
I guess his phone died.
You guys don't. I haven't been talking to you guys all the time. Like, I've been talking to Christopher Real, so you guys don't know much about my case right now.
Not a clue.
With it, I think. I believe I was around shortly after it had happened. I think we've done a couple of streams together. I don't really recall, but I'm
Yeah, you
sure.
know a little bit about my case, Bleak Narratives, but not like, day to day and stuff about it. Yeah. I got my mic muted because there's some car alarm going off in the background.
Oh hell,
Where are you?
You're fine, brother. I do the same.
I'm in Ontario, Canada.
Right now, I'm in the most dangerous city in the world.
Where's that? Baltimore?
No, it's not in the United States. I saw asylum in Mexico.
So you're in Mexico?
I guess. Yes, but yeah, I mean, shit. I just don't want to be specific that much right now because shit. I don't know. I don't know how serious. How like I don't know.
It's the new millennia, so you got to be a bit careful, I guess, or whatever. But
yeah, kind of. But
you have nothing to worry. You have nothing to worry about from us guys, anyways.
Oh, I know. But we're not the only ones that watch our channels.
No, you're probably right.
I thought you were an American, but you're a Canadian, huh?
I'm a Canadian, yeah.
That's cool.
Used to be.
It'd be a dream world if they just got away, or if they just done away with all the borders and the segregation.
Yeah, amongst other things too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's just so much. We're just right now in 2024. Everything is so fucked up. It's not one thing. It's everything. From like Walmart's, for instance, they control everything. They control all of our food. Like 95% of everything they control, and they're gonna shut down. Like that's that thing that happened in 2020 killed all the little businesses, and the only ones that are up there now are like the big ones like Costco and Walmart and they're going to shut
Mhm.
down the next lockdown, and we're all going to starve.
Yeah.
And then you look at the ingredients on the stuff that we're actually eating, and well, it's pretty much toxic waste. And
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
wonder why we're
absolutely,
not feeling
absolutely.
good. And they're spraying the skies relentlessly, day after day, night and day, all the time. They
Big
got
time.
5G towers, 5G LED lights on highways, the cars,
Right. Yeah.
LEDs.
It sounds like you
These
stay
are
pretty well
these
informed,
LEDs
man.
are weapons. They're weapons, People don't realize that.
Yeah.
They're coming at us from every single angle. We can't go to the doctors anymore because you're taking your life in your hands.
And I used to sound just like you, brother. I really did. And it sounds like you've stayed well informed.
Hmm.
So I got to tell you though,
It's
man,
obvious to me.
that said, they are coming at us from every direction. They poison the food that we eat and the fucking shit that we brush our teeth with and the water we wash ourselves with and the soap. And you're not kidding. They bombard us with electrical waves all the time, microwaves and fucking all kinds of frequency, like all kinds of warfare, psychological warfare, just
The very,
subversion.
the
But
very
here's
first
the thing.
psychological
Here's the
warfare.
thing. We still outnumber them. And so for anybody to say like to me, Mike, what are you going to do about it? You're only one person. I'm going to say says 8 fucking billion of us. I think we're going to be all right, dude. I don't think they're going to starve any fucking buddy. I don't think it's going to be pandemonium. I don't think they're going to force any kind of anything on anybody after what they pulled in 2020. Think about it, man. Fool me once, shame on you. You know what I'm saying? And they got every fighting age man
Yeah, but
in the fucking
I
world.
know,
will
but
lock
like,
themselves up
if
for-
you're not awake now, you're not waking up. That's the way it is going to be until
you know, it's not
until
going to happen
these.
again, brother.
Well,
If people didn't
that
wake up,
won't happen
like
again,
from
but something else
9/11,
will happen again. It's what
it's
they
gonna come.
everybody's talking about this
Oh,
10 days
everybody.
of darkness and this and that, which, if
I mean, I'm from Missouri, guys. You're gonna have to fucking show me. You know, after
Yeah.
all the predictive programming shit that hasn't come true, and I mean, these guys can't even pull off a decent fake shooting anymore. It's like fucking serious.
yeah, but those fake shootings aren't to
They
just
phone
make
the
a
shit
fake
in.
shooting,
Look
which
at
they are
Sandy,
getting a
like, hell,
bunch
it's
of,
fucking goddamn.
they are getting a bunch of, worshipers. Did you see that Trump got shot in the ear with the AR-15 that didn't even pierce the
Get the
skin?
fuck out of here, man. Yeah,
Well,
It's all-
what
all
it's
been
really
seriously-
doing, it's not, it's more than buffaloing the masses. It's what it's doing is just recently the CIA or not CIA, but the Secret Service has held like a little conference to try to get like more weapons, more ammo, more men, more power, a broader authority.
It's all bread and circus. It's all bread and circus.
Yeah.
It's all
Look
a
no
distraction.
further than
That's
the
all
nuclear test footage. Look no further than the nuclear test
It's
footage.
all
All of this shit is bullshit. Look at the nukes, man. But they
it's
decimate
bullshit. 100%.
fucking 2-story, 3-story houses, but the fucking picket fences and the fucking telephone poles just stay right there. Like that's the strongest palm tree I've ever seen, Mike. Now get the fuck out of here, man. I don't believe anything they tell me. Their strongest weapon is their psychological warfare. It's their ability to lie to us. That's their strongest
Yeah.
weapon. And if that's the strongest weapon, then they're fucked.
Yeah.
I'm from the
Anybody that
Midwest, man.
believes that
They're not
Trump
doing
got
shit
shot,
here.
anybody that believes that Trump got shot is a fool, for starters.
Right.
But
Yep.
the
Big time.
the fact is, it was a distraction because there's 20 million foreigners on your soil right now. If you're in the States, there's 20 million foreigners there.
I don't think that's all it's cracked up to be.
I
either,
watched
man.
just one night. I watched 5,000 military age guys come across the fucking border. 5,000 live feed
On a video camera.
So I mean,
on a video
like willing-
camera,
were they
and
willing
they
to have
walked through
pitchforks and torches or
walked
something
through
that we
the
should
gates
hear
like
about?
soldiers.
But the only problem is with that is
Yeah,
that we
sure.
all are human beings. We have a right to travel. We have a right to free movement. So
There you go.
until you commit
There
a
you go.
crime, you're allowed to walk across the border. So,
Okay, like,
it's not necessarily the problem of them walking across the border unless they start committing crimes.
No,
And
no,
then,
it
There you
isn't.
go.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. But what they did to Haiti, what the United States has done to Haiti, Guatemala, Brazil, Venezuela, Iraq,
A lot of those are
Uh,
American
Well,
territories.
yeah.
Russia, all over the world. These people are now coming to our countries, and they're pissed, and they don't hold us
About
any
what?
loyalty.
Yeah, but I've been
India
advocating for their
captured-
side for my entire life. So, I've never
Yeah,
once,
again,
I, I,
they
Yeah,
I
lost
didn't,
shit.
I,
they
I've never
lost their
voted. I didn't join for the military in the United States. I
I
didn't,
live right here.
they
I
every
don't
one of these
fill out the
countries.
I
census.
live right here, man. There's no difference.
I don't
There's no
believe the
difference. There's
lies,
a subtle difference.
so
Every one of these countries was invaded and had coups pulled in them. Chile, all of them, under the guise of humanitarian effort, humanitarian aid. Every
Sure.
single one of them.
And
the Englishman has swept the
You
whole
think that's
entire
gonna happen
globe
here?
trying to force the Christianity, Catholicism or whatever onto every single living soul on the earth. So yeah,
Right, right.
the repercussions are coming, but to the extent and when, where, and how. It's like a wreck. It's not if it happens, it's when and how hard. But at the same time, the people that are worried about it are the believers. So I don't think I'm going to worry about it too
Yeah,
much.
The
I wouldn't-
believers
I
don't have
wouldn't
a
until
clue
it's on
about
your fucking
anything.
doorstep.
They're putting their faith into something that was designed to destroy, divide, and conquer.
I know, but the believers
By
do believe
people
that a
that-
bunch of Venezuelan gang members are in Colorado trying to overtake buildings, housing buildings, when the biggest gang in Colorado, Aurora, Colorado, is the Thin Blue Line. And
Yep, it's the police.
Oh, of
Blue.
the
course.
believers are totally
Of course,
believing
but
that
they're
Haitians
part of
and
it.
Venezuelans are their enemy.
Right,
Right
You
now.
gotta,
That's
you gotta,
what-
you
that's
gotta
what
grow
subversion
deeper.
is.
You gotta go deeper because at the top of every PD is an international agent running the show. Period. The entire police
Yeah.
service is run by international agents, and
Yeah.
the people underneath of them do what they're fucking told. I ain't trying to start nothing. I'm telling you that's the facts. I ain't a
Yeah.
dummy. I didn't.
But
just
they're not
wake
even
up and
really
kick my toe
international
and
agents.
figure
They
this-
are they're all in the
They
same
are
fucking thing,
international.
but,
They train guys in Iraq. They train guys in Kuwait. They train guys all over the fucking planet. Trust me, I did
No,
my research
Israel.
on
Well,
it.
I,
We have the same
It's
guys. We
Israel.
have
I
the
like
same
that.
guys in Toronto. The same guys in Toronto. Same guys in OPP.
I like
Same
what
guys in
Chad's saying down here in the
RCMP.
chat. This guy seems to kind of
I can't
Right.
see the chat.
you may have to switch over from private to comments.
The right to travel is a property right to your body. Well, yeah, it's part of a property right. It's a right to free movement of your property.
It's like our DNA.
Well, I mean, it falls under several of the amendments, man. If you think about it, it's in the very
Yeah.
first one, the right to peacefully assemble. So that right there is stating in and of itself that we have the right to fucking free movement.
Yeah, and where you
No.
choose to live is an expression of your being.
Right.
So it's a
Right.
right to free
Well,
expression.
it's funny that you say live instead of reside or fucking.
Yeah, I know. I
anything
don't
like
want to
that.
fuck around with reside.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's a military designation, just like camping, short for campaigning. A residence is something that's handed to somebody who's just fresh out of some sort of training. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So, yeah,
yeah. Camp is somebody that goes into a training camp.
right, exactly. Yeah, it's a short way of saying campaigning.
Hmm.
This is how they're able to arrest people for doing this shit.
Residents don't live; they reside. Well, we have a
Right.
right to live.
Well, see, we don't reside here. We fucking here we domicile. You know what I mean? It's our place of habitual abode.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like we have a right to live because we have so we choose life,
Correct.
and this is where we choose to live.
Correct. I don't know. See, that's unlike our friend here. I can't see a name or anything up here. I
have to show
I
us
don't-
softly.
I don't worry about anything that they fucking tell me to worry about for starters. Because I mean, like, fuck these people.
Me
dude.
neither.
Who are they? You know
Me
what
neither.
I'm saying?
I don't know what gives
well,
you that
but I
idea.
mean, I
Because
can-
nobody's
I
saying
can
what
hear
I'm
the-
saying.
I can hear the doom scrolling in your voice, man. You know what I mean? And it's we all want to say that like we don't parrot the media or we don't watch CNN or whatever, but I mean, you can tell when somebody's up on what they want you to see, and it almost kind of comes with its own undertones of defeat. You know what I mean?
I
And
haven't watched
just gotta
TV
say,
since 1998, buddy.
well,
I haven't watched
I
TV
mean,
since
more power to you.
1998.
It's been a long time for me as well. I haven't been keeping track, but what I mean to say is like whether it's TV or Facebook or Twitter or whatever, you've got to just kind of, yeah, it's like the internal audit, man. You know what I mean? You got to be honest with yourself about A, who gives a shit. B, I mean, like if somebody's coming to me about a story, especially if it's about me, I'm saying, who the fuck are you? Like, why is this dude not over here telling me? What are you, his fucking messenger? Or are you just some kind of stool pigeon or what? Like fucking
That's what I'm
fake
saying.
news.
That's what I'm thinking right now. Like, who in the fuck are you to be telling me I should be feeling?
Well, on top
what
of
I should
everything,
be
it's
doing?
not a competition, so he's just saying something, so it's not something to get like
Absolutely,
defensive
absolutely. And I
over.
mean,
No, I'm just.
feelings don't belong in discourse.
I'm.
Feelings
I'm
belong
just.
with like your old lady or some shit when you're laying down after fucking. Like feelings don't belong in conversations. They don't. Opinions really don't belong in conversations. Like that's some
Well,
closed door
yeah.
shit, gentlemen.
Depends on.
I didn't
There's a
catch
lot of
what you said.
determining factors. But yeah, we're all basically of like mind. There's no need to argue about it. Really, we should just be like listening to viewpoints and then like taking shit with a grain of salt and not really
Oh yeah,
getting
no, I'm
into
just
the
trying to.
competition of it.
No,
It's
no,
not
I
a
don't think anybody's
competition.
competing. I don't think anybody's competing, man. If I'm trying to do
Oh, I know,
anything,
but
it's
he
trying
was
to.
kind of taking RF is killing us softly is taking it kind of a little bit competitively, like like
Sure,
I
well,
know
I'm just
this,
trying to
you
It's
know
got nothing to
that.
do with competitively, man. It's got nothing to do with
I'm just trying to
competitively.
lift somebody up. You know what I mean? Like to me, it's
Yeah.
about making sure we're all having
We're
the
all
same
lifting
vantage
each other up, like I know Bleak Narratives
We're
makes
all
a
at
lot of
different
cool ass
stages.
comments, and so does RF is killing us softly. He is always making, well informative, good comments towards our rights and our freedoms. So that's why I kind of enjoy both of you guys. Really on the internet most of the time, all the time. YouTube or whatever. Both of you guys are pretty informative people.
Well, thanks. Thanks, I appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I've been kind of slacking lately, man. I don't do this as much as I do the Telegram. For me, it's been about the compilation of data and helping people out with their process. It seems like everybody's struggling, and there's a vein.
Do you talk to Gator on the
where you can
Telegram?
kind of tap into everybody's shit, and it's yeah, on Telegram, yeah. I think it's Bleak Narratives Official, like t.me/Bleak Narratives Official. But there we've compiled an extensive, like comprehensive database of fucking documentation and precedent, case law. The different things for like your average constitutionalist will find things there that are handy. You know what I mean? Like nice little gems.
I've been trying to get on Telegram for a long time, but for some reason I can't get it.
Things like working with the AIs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Prompting.
Right. Is Chris trying to load up in here, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, he is. He's trying to get his phone to hold the charge enough for him to be strong enough to walk in.
I don't think I've ever fucking fucked with StreamYard from a panel point of view. It's kind of weird not having any of the options here and not being able to see shit. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not in the control. We got to just wait for him to figure it out. You know.
Yeah. Right. Sure.
I sent off some papers.
Man, he's got some of that shit.
Who put up Chad Klein's comment?
I think that was Christopher Real when he had
it would have had to have been
like an insertion in service. He was able to do that, and then it probably cut out on him again.
What kind of dogs you got?
Sound like some big dogs.
Those are not my dogs. People come around. If they stand around, they make the dogs bark, and then if they stand around for too long, somebody comes and shoots them.
Sounds like a nice neighborhood, man. I'm not sure if I'm even on here, but dead air is like the worst kind of air. So I'm gonna move
Yeah.
back to the PSYOP. Okay, but back to the PSYOP and what they got going on. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Talpio and what their little mantra is with that unit of cyber warfare. They say through deception.
Quick note or just accidentally hit the back button. So how you been doing? RF is killing it softly.
I'm struggling, honestly.
Yeah. That sucks, bro.
It does suck, honestly.
I'm kind of
No
struggling myself.
crying about it, but
Yeah.
I'm ready to. I don't know. I'm ready to fucking shit or get off the pot. I gotta say.
hmm
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I'm trying to shit right now. I'm trying to prove my case from and try to vindicate myself, seeking exoneration and all this other stuff. I was attacked by a deputy. I don't know if you watched my unlawful arrest video. It's not on. I don't know if I got it on my channel. Yeah, I do got a couple of them. I got like a reprint of my arrest video on my channel.
I may have, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was standing there protesting. I was holding my camera and asking a public agent for his name and employee number, and the deputy came from over on my left side and attacked me with a shove. And then I did a protest move called pushback, and they arrested me for battery on a peace officer, even though he's the one that battered me. But that's what they do. They swap your charge around on you, and then
Of course. I'm
Right
back.
now
I
I'm-
made it.
cool.
Yeah, man. It's however bad that they pile on the charges on you is directly proportionate to how dirty they did you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's just they what they're doing is they didn't like my protesting. I initially was protesting a public works guy that kept coming around my house, fucking doing little shitty things around my home, like fucking with my garbage cans and fucking doing like he called me a bottom feeding Obama lover. He disparaged my reading ability. Fucking,
Ooh.
did some other things. Was harassing me. And then I started recording him, and then that was when he started threatening to stuff my camera up my ass. And then I started recording his threats and his harassment. And then they basically didn't like my protesting, so they decided to double down and help him keep his job by, instead of listening to my, they deliberately showed my complaints and concerns indifference, didn't listen to my complaints, told me out flat out that they weren't going to help me with my complaints, and then when I defended myself, then they charged me with crimes based on my defenses. And so, but the thing is they're making it to where the process is the punishment. They know that they know that I have the videos of them attacking me, harassing me, and threatening me, but they're putting me through a process. Whether I win or lose, the process is the punishment. Where if the process goes on for 5 years and I'm stuck here in asylum, and I'll I'll be punished for 5 years. You know, that's basically a 5-year prison sentence. I can't go home. You know,
Yeah.
and then I got the emails where they're claiming that when they get me into custody, they're not going to just put me in jail, but they're going to bind me, gag me, and medicate me.
Well,
So basically,
they subjected me to mental evaluations. I don't know under what authority. I got no paperwork
Yeah,
concerning
over
it.
my dead fucking body.
Yeah, man. I think we're on the brink though, you guys, because they really overplayed their hand in every way.
Indeed,
And
indeed they have.
and this is where we find ourselves. It's on us, man, to find out how to stop it.
if I had the chair to strap them to, put a spit mask over their head, and then inject medications I chose for them.
I'm still of the opinion that 2 men like me in every district, and they fucking have lost their county.
Yep,
You pull
most
this in a
likely.
state, you pull this in a state, and it's fucking over. You got a whole state, and I'm telling you, dude, the assholes in the next state over, they're not gonna want to hear about Kansas getting a fucking win. You know what I mean? They're gonna be on it twice as fast. You know how people
Man,
are.
you got you and you got the coach, Coach Neighbors there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's
All I
some,
know is that I would be living in my
Yeah, I
house
mean,
and I would be
it's not hard for
walking
one man
around
to
my
make a lot of
county if I
fucking
had the tools, you know.
Right, with the estoppel tactics that we've learned from Abraxas, it makes you pretty formidable. I mean, when you can pretty much, between that and the Brady list, you can shut any court officer or fucking LEO down really fucking fast.
Right
Yeah,
now I'm working on estoppel.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Bleak, because I did require identity from the prosecutor in that so-called hearing that I just was at.
Yeah, that was
They
cool.
didn't identify. They didn't
Yeah,
identify, did they?
I didn't. No, they didn't. Not said the district attorney's office. I said, yeah, who from the district attorney's office? And no answer. And then the so-called judges chiming in to to back their wish to remain anonymous, but saying, oh, Michael Keene, the district attorney of Michael Keene. I didn't ask who was the district attorney of the county. I asked, who are you?
Yeah, that lady standing in there.
Yeah.
She didn't really want to give her name.
No, she didn't.
Well, that's
And,
that's because the name belongs to the woman.
Well, here's the thing.
Woman.
That
The name
that I
is
got
not the
worked
person. The
in my
person is their
favor.
acting. And I'd hate to get into this. I know this.
I've been dealt such a volume of their fraud that I have things to compare it to. So the one case, so-called case that I did already beat, the assistant district attorney in there, he came with an offer, plead guilty to disorderly conduct, which I declined, but he came with that on paper and his name. So there's got to be a standard for that coming from the district attorney's office, or is she even from the district attorney's office? If that so-called judge is worth his salt, if that so-called judge is worth his salt, he would have declared it an estoppel. But it doesn't seem to matter what I say, because I raised the valid points that that there's no reason for that to be continued on at all. For one, okay, you got a prosecutor that won't identify herself. There's no cause of action before the court. There's no one that's making a claim. I've pointed out, that the warrants are completely fraudulent, making that a false arrest, false imprisonment. So the court is not supposed to have a will, to move things forward. Someone would have to be moved.
told you
to move that court.
That George Soros bought 200 district attorneys. 200 of them bought and paid for with one agenda.
Yeah, you were saying,
and it ain't got nothing to do with our freedoms. The opposite, contrary. Let bad guys out, good guys in.
Well, this shit's got to stop, man. This shit has got to stop.
I'm working on estoppel with Knight County right now. I've been placing my paperworks, but this last set of paperworks to the justice of the peace that keeps moving my I guess the district attorney doesn't want anything to do with my case anymore, and the only person moving my the only person in the county moving my case forward is this Gus Sullivan, a justice of the peace, which is a limited jurisdiction,
Man.
position. But the thing is the guy won't let the court clerk file my paperwork. He's had her log it in my file. Lodge it in my file is what they said. Lodge it in my file.
Man,
Yeah, that's
So-
what you were saying when I came
Exactly.
on. That's the alteration of a court record, man. That's a felony.
how about this? Dig this, you guys.
Yeah,
That so-called prosecutor.
alteration of court record. I'm gonna have my sister look into that one right there.
I just had it pulled up. I can pull it up again if you'd like.
Wanted prosecution too,
Okay.
right, please?
Yeah, it is. That's what
What-
else I was going to say.
what
It's
happened,
definitely
Chris?
failure for want of prosecution.
Failure for wanted prosecution. The so-called prosecutor who refuses to identify herself, says she's from the district attorney's office, but it could be just anyone off the streets for all I know, and for all the court knows, right? And says that after the prompting from the magistrate, says, oh, we offer to, for a plea to an A, using like they're doing a drug deal or something, to plead to an A what, didn't even say a misdemeanor, and didn't say what crime they were trying to get me to plead to, like, give me a fucking break, man. No paperwork to support it, just saying, oh yeah, if you can get them to plead to an A. What?
Toss that extra screen in there,
That's
Chris,
not-
if you would.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, boys, I've been splitting wood all day. I'm fucking camping.
Okay, cool,
Nice.
RF. Well, thanks for hopping on, man. Nice talking to you, man.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
Anytime, man.
Take care, guys.
Talk to you soon. Hang in there, man.
Cheers.
Bye, bro. Have a good night.
You too. Play safe, guys.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Chad Klein, you want to come on, man?
All right. So this is 8 USC subsection 1324C, penalties for document fraud. This is any kind of altering the record here. Says it is unlawful for any person to knowingly or entity to knowingly forge, counterfeit, alter, or falsely make any document for the purpose of satisfying a requirement of this chapter or to obtain a benefit under this chapter. And that's any kind of judicial determination, any kind of declaratory judgment, any kind of summary judgment, any kind of default judgment. To use, attempt to use, possess, or obtain, or accept, or receive, or to provide any forged, counterfeit, altered, or falsely made document in order to satisfy any requirement of this chapter or to obtain a benefit under this chapter. You follow me so far?
Yeah, but now, sorry, I got comprehension issues. What now? What did it say? What was it say? Can you read that paragraph one more time for me, please?
Sure.
Sorry.
It says to attempt to use, to possess, obtain, accept, or receive, or to provide any forged, counterfeit, altered, or falsely made document in order to satisfy any requirement of this chapter or to obtain a benefit under this chapter. So they're saying any kind of
Did they say refuse to file?
it'll be in here. It'll be in here.
Oh,
But it's essentially it's the alteration of the court record. If this is a court of record and they refuse your filings, then I've got a document for that as well. Hold on one second, I'll pull that up. Let me see. Yeah, give me 1 second. Stand by, fellas. You guys go ahead.
okay,
with it.
yeah. They're straight up refusing to fucking
so
file
under
my
the,
paperwork.
Sure. Under the clerk's praxis and a few other different things, they have a lot of rules that they have to follow. See, this is a ministerial duty as the clerk is essentially functioning as a banker. they're handling paper securities and bonds and things like that, which under the Clearfield Doctrine rids them of any governmental authority there in so doing. How to force a clerk and just say, come on. Okay, so this is where the fucking Telegram comes in so handy, because I've just got zip files on zip files of this shit there. Let me see. County to do something. How to force a clerk in a county to do something. Let's see what this is.
This is the exact shit I need right now. Fuck.
The only way is the fear of embarrassment. You got to lay it on them. So
right.
Well, you are
This
law.
Is correct. This is correct.
He said that the way to get a lower court to do what you want them to do is to show them that you intend to appeal any decision they make, and make them look foolish if they make the wrong decision, and you show them everything that you're going to use exactly to make them look foolish. That's the way to make them do what you want.
Right.
And he's right, pretty much. The fear of embarrassment, is the only thing that's gonna move them. They're never gonna come to their senses,
Chad Klein is. I just read it.
Thing sua sponte,
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely. Yeah, Chad Klein is truthful on that one. Whereas that's where they're deriving their authority from today, is the compact that the slaves made with the United States for the protection, as a citizen.
We weren't a party to that contract.
Yeah, I don't want that contract.
No, I'm one of them sovereign citizens, they say.
Yeah, I'm a sovereign, definitely, but a citizen, I'm not sure of.
Yeah.
I might not be a god, but I'm next to God. I'm the one underneath. It goes God, then me, then maybe the country, maybe.
It goes what? God, man, government, God, man, the Constitution.
Yeah.
Government, and then
Here we go.
Then the agents.
Go.
The
bureaucrat.
Something like that.
I am going to go back to sharing screen.
Thank you, Big. There it is.
There we go. If you could toss this one in there, please and thank you. All right. Can you guys see this all right?
I'm not seeing anything right now. I'm seeing you.
Oh, shit. Well, yeah, it should be showing the document. Hold on one sec. I don't know why it's not. Oh, yeah, because my screen's not in there. Here, you got to hit that. You got to let that tab into the show.
There's
Chris?
nothing in the guests. Oh yeah, there's another one.
You'll have to click on that other tab.
Yeah, that's a good way to do that, is put it in as another tab of another guest. Whoa, I see down the tunnel.
Right. See, so this is when they don't want to record. It says most legal remedies for misconduct or crimes committed by government officials must be formally presented and officially sanctioned by the courts. Inevitably, the cost of litigation and the court's inherent reluctance to favor a private citizen who sue the government teach us that we can't sue City Hall, even if the folks who work there are crooks. Let's see.
Man, I was reading new laws they passed in New York. I was reading the Right to Record Act of New York.
Right.
Called the Right to Record Act, and it's not that long, 3 or 4 pages, and but they say, oh, if a court be of competent jurisdiction, but they don't define what that is.
Right. Well, shit. This is
It was about bringing
this
it
is not the one I was after, I guess. Either. Okay, so here's a notice to the clerk demanding they record.
I got my I don't know. I'm torn about it going, to that or not, to that so-called hearing,
Right.
because I don't know. It's harder when it's all fucking bullshit, and these little one size fits all magical remedies, don't always work either, let's be honest.
Right.
They don't. Because they just ignore you,
Oh shit.
and they just roll on, it's not, something you're gonna say and they're like, oh, he's got us now. That's never gonna happen,
Yeah, it's like what's happening to me right now, where I'm filing some good shit, and they're just overlooking it.
Yeah.
You know how good it is because you helped me with the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. I mean it's something to get for them to have to answer, but they just they ignore it, challenge jurisdiction. They pretend they didn't even hear what you say, say it 3 times, they still pretend they didn't hear you.
Not one of them, not one agent from the state of Nevada has presented a probable cause.
Man, I was in court. There's no prosecutor because they won't identify themselves. There's no fucking victim. There's no one bringing a claim. There's no cause of action before that court. And the court is the one that wants to reschedule it. The court should only be rescheduling something, number one, for a reason. And number two, on the motion of the opposing party.
Exactly.
Right? So what the hell is going on? And then they write the fucking the next court date on the back of a napkin, it's fucking bullshit, man. But then so if somebody writes something on the back of a napkin and then I'm somehow obligated to specific performance based on that
But that's just
a napkin, or because what'll happen. He goes, I want you to come in on your own free will, but what'll happen if you don't.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. I would be sitting in my home, and I would be sitting in my town and in my county, except where I don't have the tools to strap them to a chair and put a spit mask on their head and force my medications into them. So that's why I'm seeking asylum in a foreign country.
That the rule of law is out the window. Then that they're just going might makes right. That's complete tyranny, despotism.
Yeah, that's the complete lack of a guarantee of a Republican form of government.
Yeah, man. All you can do, man, is just keep doing it, man. I'm to the point where I feel like I will have exhausted every attempt at a remedy, because I don't know. They won't tell you what works either. Which one? Because they're gonna get them all.
The rule of law has been suspended, as far as in Nye County, the rule of law has been suspended for me and my family. So that's how scary it is. That's how. What if we have a home invader and we clap their ass dead? We get in trouble for it. That's what. My family is basically unprotected because not only can we get charged for our protections that we protect ourselves with, but they don't protect us either. So
I know. I think we just got to look at it as an opportunity. We're in deeper, man, than people ever find themselves. And that's because we're standing on what's right. We're standing on what's right.
We're willing to buck the system when the system is not the lawful. We're supposed to be a nation of laws, not a legal system.
That's what propelled us into the deep end, But I think we got to look at this as an opportunity, to expose the fraud, because no one else dared, venture into the deep of waters. They consented to the fraud at whatever point. So, yeah, let's do it, man. You know, I'm not gonna,
I
wake
got
up
a
tomorrow
snorkel
and
on
think
right
that-
now.
I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow and think that the shit they're doing is somehow legit. You know.
I got a 20-foot snorkel on with a fucking steel ball strapped to my ankle and 40 feet of water. That's what it
Yeah.
feels like.
I know, man. But you're still fucking keeping your head above water. You know, and going in there and saying who's making the claim. You know, I'd like to see somewhere say, oh, yeah, you got us there. You know, I've said that time and time again. You know, that's why I got 20 different things that I say when I go in there now, because say the regular shit, man. They'll just fucking reset a court date. You tell them you object and say you don't consent to any more hearings being scheduled on those matters because there's no fucking there's no plaintiff, there's no injured party. The prosecution has failed to fucking demonstrate a prima facie case. The court doesn't have jurisdiction. The policemen didn't have jurisdiction. They're not here. Each and every element that would have, for a cause of action isn't there. And they'll just say, well, we'll see you next month or we're going to kidnap you. No matter what the fuck you say.
My sister talked to that county commissioner today, and he said something about, well, your brother didn't show up to court. And she said, yes, he did show up to court by special appearance, a writ of special appearance. And he says, what?
Yeah, that's right.
He basically was like, what? Acted like he didn't understand what the hell that was. And it's like, yeah, just because you guys don't agree to fucking, file these things and go with the right stuff that law provides, these remedies the law provides, does not mean that they're not legit. You know what I mean? And that goes to show you that they shouldn't have a warrant for my arrest at all, because I did show up to their court by special appearance, a writ of special appearance. And just because they failed to fucking recognize it doesn't mean it didn't fucking happen.
Yeah, and Owens versus City of Independence, man.
Well, I found that document, Chris.
They're deemed to know that
the screen on here.
What's that?
I found that document. If you want to toss that screen up here.
I did challenge jurisdiction on paper, and at least I did accomplish that on that last time going to that court. I gave them the papers that I had from 2 years ago that was refused for filing. I said, here, this should have been on the record 2 years ago.
It's obstruction of justice. They don't file our paperwork. They make their own opinionated fucking quirks about our paperwork, and then they fucking put it on us that we didn't do some shit. It's wrong.
Right.
Yeah, I did that, Chad.
Chris, you want to toss that screen up?
Oh, yeah. What's happening in Missouri? Nothing. That's what I heard, man. Missouri's sounding better and better, man. People are exercising their right to travel without, being subjected to extreme violence and fraud. Why does it do that with all the screens?
All right, so shit.
They're showing us the wormhole, bro. The rabbit hole, matrix, the fucking the screen.
Shit. Yeah, sorry guys. I got it. Here we go. All right, so it does that just as a share entire screen feature, I guess. It says clerk is to file.
I like that.
What did it say at the top? Something about Demore?
File on demand under penalty of law.
Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna have to. I need that shit.
Yeah, I like
file
that.
On demand.
So drop your email in the chat there in the private chat, and I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'm gonna drop it in the back chat.
Notice the agent is notice the principal. Notice the principal is notice the agent. File on demand under penalty of law.
Okay, there's my there it is right there in the back chat.
Okay, yeah. So under penalty of law under 18 USC subsection 2076, if a judge or another officer of the court intimidates, threatens, or corruptly persuade as a clerk to conceal, remove, mutilate, or obliterate or destroy any prima facie documents in violation of 18 USC 15-122. The clerk thereby enters into a conspiracy and will be punished under the full extent of the law.
Man, that would be so fucking
Petition the
awesome
federal
if I
court
could get
business.
that the fucking county justice
Yeah,
court clerk head would
absolutely.
twist off of her fucking shoulders if she saw that shit.
Sure. It says
The
under 18
justice-
USC 27 or 2071, it says whoever willfully or unlawfully conceals, removes, mutilates, obliterates, or destroys, or attempts to do so, or with intent to do so, takes and carries away any record, proceeding, map, book, paper, document, or other filing filed or deposited with the clerk or officer of any court of the United States or in any public office or with any judicial or public officer of the United States shall be fined under this title and imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. Whoever having the custody of any such record, proceeding, map, book, document, paper, or other thing willfully, unlawfully conceals or removes, mutilates, obliterates, falsifies, or destroys the same shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both, and shall forfeit his office and be disqualified from holding any office under the United States. Am I still on there?
Yeah, you're still. I can hear you and everything.
All right, hell yeah. So it says a person is guilty of
listening.
tampering with a public record in the first degree when knowing that she does not have the authority or of anyone entitled to grant it, and with intent to defraud, she knowingly removes, mutilates, destroys, conceals, or makes a false entry in or falsifies or alters any record or other written instrument filed with, deposited in, or otherwise constituting a record of a public office or a public servant. Tampering with the public record is in the first degree a Class D felony. Falsifying a public record in the second degree is a misdemeanor. A person guilty of falsifying a public record in the second degree with intent to defraud makes or causes a false entry of the public record or alters, erases, obliterates, deletes, removes, or destroys a true entry in the public record or omits to make a true entry in the public record in violation of a duty to do so, which he knows to be imposed upon him by law or by nature of his position, or prevents the making of it a true entry or causes the omission thereof in the public records. And now this is these are serious offenses, man. So under it looks like under subsection 17.20, tampering with a public record in the second degree, a person is guilty of tampering when knowing that he does not have the authority of anyone entitled to grant it, knowingly removes, mutilates, destroys, or conceals, makes false entry in or falsely alters any record or other written instrument filed with, deposited in, or otherwise constituting a record of a public office or a public servant. A public service is a public fucking trust, man, and that's a Class A misdemeanor. So under 2076, it says the clerk is to file whoever, being a clerk of a district court of the United States, willfully refuses or neglects to make or forward any report, certified statement, or document, certificate, statement, or document as required by law, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. And so these things all can run concurrent, but I mean, these are all charges that you can lob at them from wherever. I mean, if they violated your,
We're probably in like a district Supreme Court.
Sure. But I mean, if they violated your right to substantive due process, man, that's a, that's a fucking problem,
Oh, big time. It's the only thing that's hindering my case right now and keeping me in asylum.
So
I can't go home.
For judges, it would be 18 USC subsection 1512. And I'll make sure to send you a document, a copy of this document.
Okay, did you get my email address?
Let's see. Yes, sir. Copying it right now.
Okay.
I should have looked at the name of that fucking document.
Some demand for filing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, something that has to be filed in a court far higher than any Nye County court because they'll just they'll probably just take that and just try to figure out some way to flip those charges back on me. You know how if they
Right.
commit a battery on me, but they charge me with battery.
Right.
Well, I'm back to with my shit.
That's about right
There's no charges. There's no charges on me.
for the course, right?
There's no charges on me. How dare they act in violence against me when there's all there is on the record is merely an accusation from a fucking policy enforcer. There's no charges on me. Where's the indictment? Where's the prosecutor's information? A policeman's information is not a prosecutor's information. And a prosecutor's information to be prosecuted on that would require my consent. I don't consent. I made that clear. I've said that on several occasions.
Mm-hmm.
So where the fuck is the cause of action?
Yeah, they're blatantly not listening to you, Chris. That's the only problem that's going on in your life right now. They need to cease and desist like immediately.
Yeah, but they're not gonna, because then it becomes very clear and evident that they've committed crimes against me. They're the magistrate is very interested. The disinterested magistrate is very interested. Because his whole fucking corporation of criminals,
It would mean that you are have the grounds to sue. If they backed out, it'd mean that you have the great grounds to sue. But that's
they'd be in collateral estoppel when it came to a lawsuit. It'd be in collateral estoppel. It'd be a lock. It'd be a lock. Yeah.
I want to share something with you guys real quick that's going on in Nye County, but I'm sure it's going on in all of our counties. Okay. This says deputy who violated protection order sues Nye County, claiming employer targeted his personal life, job. The Nye County Sheriff's Office deputy who admitted to violating a temporary protection order filed by his wife last year is now suing the county, accusing the sheriff's office of interfering with his personal life and targeting his employment. Joshua Weaver alleges in the federal lawsuit filed in U.S. District Court that the sheriff's office mishandled an incident last year when he was arrested and held for 12 hours before his release. While Weaver acknowledged that he violated the protective order, he is also challenging a jail policy as a contradiction to state law, as he claimed that there was no direct or indirect threat of harm involved, according to the lawsuit. Weaver maintains that he should have been released rather than being held for 12 hours at the Nye County Detention Center. According to the lawsuit, after Weaver went onto the property, he looked inside a shed and the garage to see if an off-road vehicle had been moved there. The vehicle was previously parked in the driveway. Additionally, Weaver said that he had heard that his wife was selling his belongings amid a divorce. Weaver's wife reported his entrance onto the property 3 days later after she viewed it on video surveillance. He was arrested on April 1st, 2022. Weaver alleges that the sheriff's office improperly gave his wife legal advice to be used against him, inappropriately targeted his employment, and shared confidential and erroneous information with Weaver's wife regarding the status of his employment, along with an internal affairs investigation that she has attempted to use against him in legal proceedings. The lawsuit is expected to be amended with the names of individuals and agencies who acted under the county's authority. The claims alleged in the lawsuit include failure to properly select, train, and supervise personnel, negligent infliction of emotional distress, deprivation of rights under color of law, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and defamation of character negligence. Weaver is claiming damages of $50,000 associated with each alleged violation. The lawsuit also takes aim at an alleged hostile work environment, which Weaver blames on Captain David Berkowitz, who Weaver alleges a lack of training and accountability resulted in free rein to commit misconduct. Weaver is represented by Las Vegas attorney Brent D. Huntley. No comments. As per standard department policy, the sheriff's office does not comment on ongoing litigation within its ranks. However, Knight County confirmed that Weaver is still with the department. So this guy is claiming hostile work environment, but he's going to get $50,000 per violation, but he's still working at the department. Oh, that's real hostile work environment, huh? And then on top of it, fucking he names David Berkowitz, the guy who was federally indicted and FBI investigated and shit canned from the county as a captain. He was sheriff's captain for a number of freaking years. He was a terrorist in our county. He got a woman's phone and fucking took her nude videos and everything with her husband and showed him in what they called porn matinees inside the county sheriff's department. He was holding porn matinees with several of the deputies and the higher ups. But basically, so he's claiming that emotional distress, deprivation of rights under color of law. If any three of us claim deprivation of rights under color of law, they'd make us prove that that's what fucking happened. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, they probably would just act like they didn't even know. What do you mean violation under color of law? Blah, blah, blah. You know, they try to get away with that one the hardest. But this deputy, he won his lawsuit, okay? This Joshua Weaver. Basically, he won his lawsuit for $50,000 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 $50,000 is worth. Plus, he's still the deputy of Knight County.
$300,000.
So basically, the people of Knight County paid out a lawsuit for this deputy of Knight County who was claiming emotional distress and hostile work environment against Knight County, but still works for Knight County. Why? Who can't see that this is conflict of interest all the way fucking across the board? Seeking private gain, seeking financial gain from the performances of his duties, and other performances, you know, in and out of his duty. You know, he's not this. He's going above and beyond his obligated standards here. And then this happened with Michelle Fiore. She was the Nevada State Treasurer. Now she's a Knight County Justice of the Peace. Michelle Fiore. She claimed all sorts of shit against Knight County. Still the Justice of the Peace to this day. Won her her lawsuit, claiming all sorts of shit against Knight County, but still is Justice of the Peace of Knight County. When people like me are the ones that really have a fucking something to get a lawsuit against, but I can't even find a Nevada State bar attorney that will take my case and sue these bastards.
Yeah, none of them will, dude. You're going to have to do it your own way. And if you're going for criminal prosecution in a federal court, you're going to have to go for a qui tam action under the Whistleblower False Claims Act, man. You've got my.
I know, but I already had a lady. I paid a lady $500 to work on this fucking. She's the one that. Oh yeah, I can work on a whistleblower's claim for you and everything else. And when I started talking to her, telling her about my story, she couldn't handle my sovereign citizen ideals, so she started arguing with me. I didn't pay her to argue. I could have fucking paid that money to the district attorney. I could have paid here $500 for you to argue with me, bro. How do you like that? You know,
it goes back. The problem is there is no public prosecutor.
Yeah, but plus on top of it, I'm gonna have to do it all myself, and then I'm dealing with a bunch of motherfucking lame that think that all my ideas are sovereign citizen ideas.
Well,
all they have to do to dismiss all this shit is say, "Oh, he's a sovereign citizen."
Yeah, I know.
That's fine. You still have recourse. You have the right to redress your grievances with your state legislature and shit as well. I'm gonna pop out of here, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on, Chris. Hey, brother, feel free to hit me back up. You've got my email. I sent you that document. Just go ahead and respond to
Okay.
it, man, if you want to, and shoot me your number, or Chris can give you mine. Yeah, just hit me up, dude. There's ways we can get you some recourse, dude. Absolutely.
You
Let's
know,
do it together, man. We'll figure it out.
everything I have to
Absolutely.
do though, I can't even go into Knight County. I can't even go into Nevada to state my claims because I have to be able to do it all from outside everything because I'm not really too worried about jail, but I am worried about them binding me, gagging me, and medicating me.
Right. Well, we'll figure a way around this, man. Don't lose hope. You know what I'm saying, gentlemen? Cheers.
All right, Bleak.
Cheers, Blake.
Cheers. Jerry Jean, you're right. They will call it 12B6. That's failure to state a cause of action for which relief can be granted, right? That's their go-to. Yeah, it's automatic. It's automatic. We should be doing that too with everything that but they don't recognize it. That's the problem,
Yeah, but at the same time, Bleak Narratives was sharing me that information tonight, which is awesome. But like that proves that I didn't know about that information and wasn't like even there to look for that information. So basically, I'm under the ocean, 30 feet under the mud on the bottom, and trying to find little shovels that I can dig myself out with. And then on top of that, if I even find a shovel, they just disregard the entire scoop. You see what I'm saying? So basically, I'm gonna have to maybe in 40 years I'll be able to go home to my home, and it'll be like a time capsule. I'll finally be able to walk outside and look at my house. But if I make it to 40 years from now. Somebody with the proper authority that's already been put into the government that is supposed to be doing this shit needs to be able to pick up what's happening to me, exonerate me, and fucking stop their fucking asses. And that goes for what they're doing to you too, Chris.
Yeah. Yep. We got to figure this shit out, man. Got to be persistent. We're not going to give up.
Yeah.
And
can't give up. There's no giving up because
the more that
they're
they
forcing
ignore, the more that they ignore it and commit more crimes, man, they're digging themselves a deeper hole, and they're exposing the fraud, and we're putting that on for the world to see.
Yeah, but a lot of people are blind to it. They don't even know the damn whole story and shit.
I know that. Well, that's why we got our YouTube channels, man.
Yeah, and tell me, Christopher, real, if they wouldn't have doubled down on stupid and kept this bullshit up, you wouldn't even be bothering them to this day, right?
No, I wouldn't, man.
Yeah.
They created this monster, that is this.
Yeah, then they keep moving it forward. You're not begging for them to take you to court every fucking month.
Right. Yeah.
It's fucking horrible.
I'm gonna start, man, with suing them for not complying with the Freedom of Information law, which is in the Public Officers Law in New York State. They're bound to that. And my friend in Minnesota, North Central MN Press, he got paid thousands of dollars, man, for them not complying with his FOIL request. So I got 13 FOIL requests right now just with the sheriff's office. Yeah, and they're not compliant with any of them. So I'm going to start at the first one, and what I'm going to do is I already got it written because I appealed their denial of my request, and I'm going to take that. I got all the points and authorities cited, and I'm going to write a letter to the Committee on Open Government, and include the case law that exactly is the same as mine. They use the same layman's blanket denials, which is not in harmony with the spirit or the intent of the law. Right. And then I'm gonna get a written opinion from the Committee on Open Government, and then what the hell are they gonna do with that? They can't even possibly defend it, And I'm gonna get paid, and then I'm gonna go to number 2, and then I'm gonna go to number 3, and then I'm gonna go to number 4. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna hear these fucks, man.
Someone's got to press it right.
You know,
You know, we're basically begging for somebody to step in and put a stop to what they're doing. We're basically not begging to be sovereign citizen ideologists. We're just trying to fucking protect ourselves the best way we know how with the government that's supposed to be protecting us, that's actively not protecting us. And in fact, they're not only not protecting us, but they're actively working against us.
they're
True.
committing crimes against us.
That's right.
Yes.
Right? What the fuck?
Yeah, man.
While Law Talk with Mike and Artie's Corporate Fiction sits there and laughs at me about being some sovereign citizen, what I'm really sitting here doing is wishing that the fucking government would do the shit that they're supposed to do.
Well, hell, I'm
Man,
not-
I wish there was 100 more of you, man. Not for the suffering you're going through, man, but you know your spirit and determination, man.
That's what I'm saying. They need
you know.
unity. A whole bunch of people come together and start pressing that shit.
We're trying to
Mhm.
stand. We're trying to stand on the laws that they wrote, man. They're breaking them.
Right. But a lot of people are blind to it. They don't know about it.
Well, they got to acquire that knowledge, man. Because in this day and age of information, ignorance is a choice. You know,
Yeah, someone's gotta get sick of it and start doing something. That's what you're doing now.
that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
They've been doing wrong for so long that everybody thinks that what they're doing wrong has been right.
It's but just because it
Right.
didn't happen to them, man, they want to turn the blind eye.
Right, they
You
just
know.
want to get it over. $450 fine here. Get it over so you keep your license. They just hold that shit over your fucking head for the license. Fuck the license.
That's what I was trying to tell Bleak Narratives earlier, is that the first mind fraud that they did to us was forcing us to wear clothes, not even just giving us the option to some might be comfortable naked, some might be comfortable clothed. We're all born clothed. We're animals. We don't really have to have clothes on. But, you know,
Jerry
that was the
Dean,
first mind fuck. And then the second mind fuck was forcing a language upon us.
That goes back to the Native Americans when they took all the fucking land and shit, trying to force us to be fucking citizens and shit.
Well, man.
Yeah. They put white man suits and clothing on the Native Americans, and then they taught them Native Americans how to speak English, and then they forced all this Christianity on them. Yeah, it's exactly what they did to the Native Americans is exactly what they're doing to every single buddy.
For the dying race, I don't even know my own fucking language. I don't know a couple of fucking words.
Man,
Uh-huh.
I don't know what my bloodlines are. You know, I know what I was told. I know just, you know, I have no firsthand knowledge of it. You know, just like my name or my birth date.
Yeah.
But hey, Jerry Jean, he says equity may be an avenue to study stronger than the common law. I got a thought on that. Yeah, I think it is good to study that because it's principles. You know, the maxims of equity you can always carry with you because they remain true. You know, that's why they're maxims. But equity, however, doesn't exist in a sense of the law. You know, and then
Yeah, but equity deals with contracts, and contracts are only as powerful as the person that's hearing them. The person that's trying to, like, if I was going to buy a truck, the dealership doesn't have to give me the truck unless, you know, I come up with some kind of like, consumer product law or something like that. But the only thing is, though, is if they don't want to even hear it, then you're not going to get the truck. So basically, under equity, we'd be begging them to hear our side of the equitable,
Right, and you need
standing.
to show anything, proof, you know, residence in it for a driver's license. I mean, I don't could speak
Yeah.
to anything.
What's that?
oh, somebody pounding on the door.
Oh, I thought it was the pigs. Shit. I was gonna say, oh hell no. Hello. I was gonna say that yeah, that's what I was gonna try to say earlier too, is that everything that's because they were talking about statutory, everything that's in the statutes is says shall or no requirement. Everything in a statute is a requirement. That's how you can tell that it's not law, because laws are obligations, and legal bases are requirements, while lawful bases are obligations.
He knows. Certified.
Yeah, we do need to. I say we, but I mean me. I am going to study more about, you know, the equity avenue or whatever else. But I mean, I have been for years. You know.
You got a Black's Law dictionary, man?
People all together.
Not with me here in this country. No.
Yeah, there's some good maxims in there, man. Thousands of them, and there's a lot about equity.
Everybody came together.
No man in statutes, only persons. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, only persons. Yeah. The statutes are supposed to be provisions of law that regulate his or her official conduct, and none of us are officials. So how are they going to fucking regulate our conduct? Those statutes are for them.
By consent
Agents.
is how they do it. They trick you into consenting to it through threat, duress, coercion, and violence and fraud.
Yeah.
You do.
I don't see how provisions of law that are set to regulate his or her official conduct can be enforced upon free men that aren't part of an agency, you know, employed.
You have rights. Can you give my friend's wife here a brief breakdown of your story there?
Yeah, what did you do?
She's wondering.
You're
Yeah, let's have a look at you too, man. You got that avatar up all night.
I know.
Yeah.
I just don't like to put it. I just don't like to be on there that much, you know. But anyways, what I did was I was being harassed by this county worker named Jim Basinger since 2010, and started out with him and his wife trying to give me dog at large tickets, and I beat 4 of them in court. And the 4th one, the justice of the peace told them that if they complained about me, their complaints would be considered harassment. And then they went from 2000, basically that's gone on from 2010 all the way to 2022 with no complaints. Basically because, you know, this last time I defended myself against the guy, but anyways, I started recording him in 2015, and then our family moved away from the town and the county from 2015 to 2018 is when I moved back, and I didn't have very much of a problem from the guy up until the point where I was using the local dump, and the guy found out I was cleaning my yard, taking stuff to the local dump, and then he went and acquired the keys to the local dump. And when I went to try to get the keys to the dump, they said that they didn't have them, that I had to go see Jim Basinger about the keys, which is the county guy. So now all of a sudden my harasser, now I have to go and ask my harasser for the keys to the local dump. Otherwise I can't dump any trash. And then when I went to get the keys, he told me that the EPA had shut down the local dump and wasn't allowing the owner of that site to allow people to dump there no more. And then my security cameras on my house caught my neighbor's chickens getting attacked by some dogs. And then I gave a thumb drive of the video to my neighbor of his chickens getting attacked by some dogs. And it turned out that it was Jim Basinger's daughter's dogs. The daughter's like 40, 50 years old. And turned out it was his daughter's dogs. And basically the harassment started back up in the end of 2021. And Basically in December 2021, he made his first threat to me. He said he was gonna. He says, "Are you recording this?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm recording this fucking shit." And he goes, "Oh, well, that camera's gonna be stuffed up your ass." And let it be known that this is Jim Basinger saying this, something like that. I got it on my YouTube channel. Next, all of a sudden, I went and placed a complaint with the local water lady, which is the nearest county representative in the county building that's down the street. I placed a complaint for threats and harassment against Jim Basinger, and nothing was done for those complaints. That complaint. That was January 7th, 2022. And then in April 2022, I got him, I was down to place another complaint, and he basically flipped me off from behind the public glass, telling me that there's my First Amendment, and that he said he threatened me again, that he was going to stuff my camera up my ass. And then in May 2022, it was May 6th, 2022. My wife was going to go and gas up my truck at the local gas station. And they told my wife to come back between 9 and 10 the next morning, or 8 and 9 or something, 9 and 10 or something. So the next morning, they said that Lee would help her. And we liked the guy Lee. And he's the owner of the bar there, and he runs the gas station and the motel. And we asked, or me and my wife had a conversation, because my wife is like handicapped. She had like 3 strokes, and she doesn't have the left use of her left leg and her left arm. So she told me that Lee was going to help her in the morning between 9 and 10. So we got all happy that Lee was going to help us. And so the next morning, which was May 7th, my wife took off at like 9 o'clock to go get the gas in the truck. And my brother-in-law went with her. And when they came back, they said that Jim Basinger was touching my truck and pumping the gas into my truck. And I've already told them to not have Jim Basinger anywhere around me. But I guess my brother-in-law got out of the truck to go talk to Lee Green about getting the gas. And my wife went down to the gas station to park the truck at the gas station. And I guess Jim Basinger was working at the gas station that day for some reason. He's never worked at the gas station before that time. But all of a sudden that day, when they tell my wife to go down there between 9 and 10, all of a sudden he's working down there. And my wife and my brother-in-law came back to me and was like, "Willis, we're sorry. We didn't know that Jim was going to be there. And he pumped the gas in your truck and was touching your truck and stuff." And so I told my brother-in-law to grab his cameras and shit. And I grabbed my cameras and shit. And we went to the gas station to protest Jim Basinger. And basically we get there and we start protesting Jim Basinger. And we're using our words, and we're using our cameras, and we're standing on the public easement, and we're protesting Jim Basinger. And that was when 3 ladies out on their morning walk walked up and started counter protesting us. And one of the ladies was the mother, and one of the ladies was the daughter, and then they were out there walking with their friend. Well, they started counter protesting us, and there was like a argument going on. And then the daughter, she called her husband, and the husband comes up the street. You can see him in the video coming up the street in his white Ford truck. And he parks the truck in the middle of the street, and he gets out and gets in my brother-in-law's face. And he gets in my brother-in-law's face like he was going to do something to my brother-in-law. And then his wife comes up to him and says, "Not him, that other motherfucker." And she pointed towards me. I was standing like 50 yards away. She says, "Okay, we're going to kick him in the nuts. We're going to knock the cameras out of his hands. We're going to attack him. And when the cops get here, we're going to tell the cops that he attacked us." And then they go from that point right there where they just plotted to attack me and walk the 50 yards to where I'm at. And then they do yank the cameras out of my hands and start attacking me. I defended myself against their asses. I basically defended myself so good that they were, standing off away for a while at one point. And then that was where Jim Basinger made his third threat to me. But this time, on the third threat to me that he was going to stuff my camera up my ass, he started walking at me. So I had to walk backwards. I finally stopped and told him, "You know what? I'm going to defend my fucking self. Stop telling me you're going to stick my camera up my fucking ass." Well, then, blase, we had a conversation and everything. And then the lady had called her son up to the scene of basically their attack. It was the scene of our protest, their counter protest, which led to their attack, their plotted attack. And then the son came up with a 357 in his backpack, and the mom got the 357 and tried to come after me. I ran behind the store, and she pointed it at my wife, and then she turned the gun to Adam and told him to walk away or something. And then when he started walking away, she followed him behind him and then drew the gun down to the back of his head when she was standing like 8 feet away from him, and then shot the gun over his right shoulder. And then basically the cops came probably 15 or 20 minutes after that. And they seen our videos and basically arrested the mother. The mother got bailed out within 3 hours of her arrest. And I guess the bail was $50 bail. Turned out they prosecuted her for over a year, supposedly prosecuted her for over a year. They only called us, the victims of the crime, to court one time, and it wasn't even a real court. It was some mock-ass thing. But that's all separate to my charges that I'm charged with. Well, anyways, that was May 2022. That was the third time he threatened me. First time he walked at me while threatening me. And then that, which leads us to October 24th, 2022, where they were working on the water pipes down the street from my house, like within 100 yards of my home. And we went down there with our cameras to watch what they were doing. And then the Jim Basinger guy showed up, and he basically parked his truck in the middle of the street and got out and told me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass again. I told him to stop, to quit coming at me, and he wouldn't quit coming at me. He wouldn't quit telling me he was going to stuff my camera up my ass. So I fucking pushed him with one hand, and he caught my sleeve and pulled me towards him. And then the other agent on the scene, Dylan Otteson, split him up from me. And then he acted like he was going to go back to work, but then he never even climbed in the hole. And then I started narrating to the camera about he's been harassing me since 2015. And he says, since 2015, a lot sooner than that. So he basically doesn't even deny he's been harassing me. He just says that it's been a lot longer of a harassment than what I said right there on the camera. Basically, then he comes at me again, walking all crazy at me. like stumbling forward, some weird stumbling forward thing come walking at me again. So I defended myself with one push, but this time he does like a soccer flop where he acts into his fall. You know, instead of grabbing my sleeve, he falls down on his own. And then the cops showed up. They seen the videos that we had, and they charged him with assault for making threats. But then they charged me with battery, carrying out the threats. And I was like, what do you mean? I didn't threaten nobody. How am I carrying out threats? He was the one threatening. And then basically after that, nothing ever came of the charges against him for assault, threatening me with the ability to make good. That's what the deputy on scene said that he was going to do. Well, then the next day, basically that was a scene where that guy committed a crime. He threatened me with the ability to make good. So he committed a crime that day, but the next day, the county had him over to the place again, 100 yards from my house, or within. And then, but there was way more public agents down there, and they were like there to protect their public agents. Me and my brother-in-law took our cameras down there, and this time it was a full-on protest. I was protesting the shit out of them. You know, basically, fuck you, you know, I was using vulgar language in an you know, under duress in an act of protest. And that was when the deputy came over and attacked me from my left side. He basically blindsided me from the left, shoved me. And I did a protest move called pushback, which I pushed his shoulder. All this time I'm holding a phone, you know, I'm holding a camera. So basically when I defended myself against Jim Basinger's threats, I pushed with one hand because the other hand was holding a phone, a camera. And then same with the deputy. The deputy had no cameras in his hands. He had both of his hands on me when he attacked me. I pushed him back with one hand, like kind of basically a nudge. It wasn't even a shove. It was just like an act of defiance. It was a pushback. It was a protest for him just, you know, attacking me. He basically attacked me, and I pushed him back in defense. And then he slams me down on the ground and says that I'm under arrest for battery on a peace officer. And that was my initial arrest. I went to jail for, I was in jail for 6 days. And I got bailed out with the help of Chile. And basically the people who watch Chile's channel and seen my unlawful arrest. And then after I was bailed out, that was October 24th and 25th that happened. And then 6 days later, I was bailed out after the 25th. And then after that, they never brought no charges against Jim Basinger for his threats with the ability to make good, which was the deputy called it assault. I have it on video where they told Jim Basinger, I watched the videos. What you were doing was a credible threat. You know, it's on my YouTube channel. You can see the video. The deputy basically tells Jim Basinger that the reason why he wasn't charging me with battery on an elderly person was because he was threatening me. So initially they were going to try to attempt to charge me with battery on the elderly, but didn't, because he was threatening me. And then So at this time, I'm still only charged with battery on a peace officer, when actually it was the peace officer that battered me. I wasn't under arrest. I wasn't under detainment. The deputy walks up, shoves me back. That was an attack. He attacked me. He used unwanted touch. He used unwanted physical force against me. When I wasn't under arrest, he had no lawful reason. I wasn't under detainment or arrest. Therefore, it was a battery on. It was police brutality. Then in May, I told my public defender, which was Nye County official, that I didn't want the Dylan Audison anywhere around my house. He was following the footsteps of Jim Basinger, and he was a state witness against me when he claims that he didn't see the deputy push me, but he sees that I pushed the deputy. Basically, they were trying to lie, and hopefully I didn't have it on video, that I pushed the deputy, but the deputy never pushed me. But only problem is I had it on 4 different angles: the body camera of the deputy, my niece's camera, my brother-in-law's camera, and my camera. I had 4 different angles of the deputy pushing me first, and me defending myself with a push. So next, basically in April, March or April, I put in complaints against Dylan Audison to not come around my house. So in May 30th, they didn't have him come around my house for like over a whole month. And then from the time I put in my complaint about him, but then on May 30th, he came around my house acting like he was checking the meters. And I went out there, I took my camera and my brother-in-law with his camera, and we went out there, and I basically protested him in the public alley, on the public easement. I used my camera and protested Dylan Audison. And basically the county used that protest and charged me with stalking. When I was, the indictment paperwork says that I was, the paperwork that they showed that they give to you to show the charges that they're charging you with, the presentation of the charges. It says that I was, without lawful authority, was following Dylan Audison, yelling, "You cocksucking bitch ass boy, you're at my house." And basically none of that's an unlawful act. I have the right to call him a cocksucking bitch ass boy. That's criticism. Even if it's not true, I don't have to believe it's true. I don't have to believe that he's actually a cocksucking bitch ass boy. It was just criticism, which is our right to do so. We're allowed to criticize our government officials. Next, all of a sudden, I have the right to follow him in public areas because I'm recording him in public areas. That's an act of the free press. So basically, they charged me with stalking for conducting lawful acts. I was authorized and within the law to do everything I was doing, and they charged me with stalking. So that was my second charges. But then when I wouldn't take their deal, they were trying to give me disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor. I wouldn't take the deal. So then over a year later, basically, it was November 2023, they went ahead and charged me with abuse of the elderly. And they cited my push of Jim Basinger on October 24th, which was the day I defended myself against Jim Basinger's threat and his walking at me, which was a threat with ability to make good, because he was The exigent circumstance of him threatening me while he was walking at me. I defended myself from him on October 24th, and they turned around over a year later and charged me with abuse of the elderly. So basically, they're making me out to be somebody who pushed a deputy, some cop abuser, an elderly abuser, and a stalker. That's what they're making me out to be. When it all started with me complaining on January 7th, 2022, that Jim Basinger was harassing and threatening me. And so basically they disparaged my concerns, they disparaged my my complaints, and then entrapped me with their crimes, and then charged me with crimes for the defenses I placed on them for their crimes. Then when I was supposed to be going to trial in January, in December, the public pretender, which is Nye County agent, Kelly Blatnick, sent me an email that said when they get me into custody that they would bind me, gag me, and medicate me. So the next time I would be in their custody was January. In December, the Nye County agent sent me a threat letter that says that when they get me into custody, they're going to bind me, gag me, and medicate me. I don't know how many people are going to sit there and go into their custody. So, that was the last straw. That was where I said, no, hell no, I have to flee for my life. I have to flee for my safety. It's like number 22 of 48 Laws of Power. Rule number 22 is surrender. You flee so that you can gain strength and come back to fight another day after you've, studied, done everything that you can do from afar to be able to fight your case. But you surrender by fleeing from, the dangers that the opposition is, putting on you, which it's pretty telling how I can't even go home to my house. But if you go to Nye County, Kelly Blatnick will still be a public defender. Thomas Boney will still be the deputy in Nye County, possibly even shoving people to this day unlawfully. Dylan Otteson probably no doubt still works for Nye County as a public works guy. Jennifer Clapper, she just got her Justice of the Peace position back. Uncontested, they say. They say she was uncontested in her re-election bid when she's got so many complaints against her. And, all of them are still at their homes, I bet you. All of them are still employed by the county. But I'm the only one that's fleeing from my fucking life. I'm the only one that was threatened. I'm the only one that was shoved. I'm the only one that was being harassed. They're all public officials. We have the right to record them in the course of their public duties. We have a right under the Sullivan decision to criticize them. So that's where I'm at now. But yeah, are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm here, man.
Well, that's the whole entire recorded story.
That was great, man. Thank you for that. Let me see. I gave you the 4 for the layout. Let me see. Adjust this here. That was a good one, man.
You should have fought
It's
him.
basically a story that consists from all the way from 2010 with this Jim Basinger all the way to 2024, knee deep in it. It's almost already 2025.
How many years now?
He started his harassment against me in 2010, and now it's going on to 2025.
That's too fucking long, man. Too fucking long.
Yeah,
14 years with Jim Basinger.
Third man that
Yeah.
noticed fucking fighting him.
Well, that so-called judge that kicked the bucket. That was about it was over 3 years that she was terrorizing me.
mm-hmm.
But
3 years is too long, dude.
Huh?
I said 3 years is too long.
Yeah, well, it's since 2000, March of 2000 now that I've
Mm-hmm.
had a string of court dates, of, appearances, performances that I haven't been compensated for.
Yeah, what's weird with you is that you're still sitting there. They've come to your house and arrested you like 3 or 4 times now on the same warrant that they haven't even shown. And basically you're brave. You're still sitting there at your house, I don't know if I would still be sitting there if I was you,
Well, yeah, well, it's not home anymore since they kicked my door in, man. But I've been falsely arrested, falsely imprisoned 8 times. That I could count, for sure. 8
Yeah.
times. Yeah.
So it's been 8 times that they arrested you on these charges?
On some bullshit, man. There is no charges,
Yeah.
because there is no probable cause. You got an accusation from a policy enforcer that never read a book in his fucking life. And they use the same word, charge, as if you're actually charged from a grand jury, indictment, or if some dumbass policy enforcer made an accusation against you. They use the same word. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they could wipe their ass with the fucking charges from the policy enforcers, but the sheriff's office doesn't cross their T's and dot their I's. They don't check to make sure that the prerequisite things are in place to act in violence against somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So
Should have squirreled out.
you got to be able to curl up in a ball and take a beating, I guess, if you're going to stand on what's right, man, because they're going to come with it. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, as we know, and, the courts told us that in Owens versus City of Independence, but they will do it. So people that say, oh, they can't do that, they can't arrest you for that, or without this or that, but just because they can't doesn't mean that they won't. And then you gotta weather the storm of their fraud, so you can regroup and and go on the offensive, because that's the only thing that'll stop them,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna catch them later.
None of them have proven probable cause in my case, I've asked them I sent them those affidavits to show probable cause, and they're not. They're not showing probable cause.
Yeah, there's
So
no
I shouldn't
probable
have-
cause, man. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause,
I shouldn't have any charges against me or any warrants against me.
Well, you
Yeah.
don't. You don't really, because they're not valid. If they're not valid, they're not a warrant.
Yeah, I did push Jim Basinger, but not because he wasn't just doing anything. He was threatening me and walking at me all crazy. I told him, I begged him to stop, and he wouldn't stop. You know what I mean? So, I didn't push him just because I don't like old people. I pushed him because he was threatening me. So, that shouldn't be my fault. That should be fucking justified as defense, But they don't. The only reason that it's not a defense right now is because nobody in the seat of authority is okaying it to be as a defense. They're actually trying to flip the script. So, and then when the deputy pushes me, it would be one thing if I walked up to the deputy without him doing anything to me, and then me shove him. That would probably be my bad. I would definitely have been a criminal at that point if I just seen the deputy over there standing there doing nothing and I just walk up to him and push him. That would be battery on a peace officer. But no, that's not what the fuck happened. The guy come across the way and shoved my ass.
Fucking right, man. I like what Jerry Jean says here too. Courts are for clearing up controversies. You argue in court, you are considered an enemy combatant, enemy of the state. The courts are administrating your state, the all caps name, without your consent.
Yeah,
that's why they say, will you state your name for the record? They're saying, will you, the authorized representative, convert your, your estate? Will you?
They're forcing us into the hairs. They're forcing us into the site hairs, anyways, because none of us would go to the fucking court if we weren't forced to go there under threat.
Right. Well, I always declare that. That's the first thing out of my mouth. I said I wouldn't go there anymore, but they've demonstrated that they don't care about the law. Use threat, duress, and coercion, and violence and fraud, and to compel me to to go there. But then what is the reason for this hearing? So I always say I'm not here voluntarily. I'm here under threat, duress, and coercion, and I think I got to look at it as an opportunity to expose the fraud.
Yeah.
Because that's all it is, man. They're not going to trick me. There is no magic words you can go in there and say, and they say, okay, you got us now. I don't know where these guys they criticize my performance, man, but and I see things I could have done better, and stuck to the point. It's hard when you go in there. It's go time, and they do that shit every day. They do that shit every day in there, so they're very well versed in it. They're
yeah, but anything's better than nothing, and everybody has a little critique, but it's harder to do when you're in the moment. You know what I mean? And I think that Jerry Jean is trying to tell people that don't know. You know what I mean? He's talking to the people in the background that still are learning and still doing it. But us here in the knee deep in this thicket, we're actually the ones that have tried to, we stood on principles, and we've aren't afraid to try to buck the system, and basically, the people he's talking to haven't even tried to think about bucking the system, because it's like
Jerry Jean's on point, man. And so is Chad Klein.
Oh, definitely.
I would compare, this whole system. It's kind of like chess, man. It said, it's a sea in which a gnat may bathe and an elephant may bathe and a gnat may drink, or something like that. There's always another avenue. It's not so one dimensional. It's not that simple. Maybe
it's like I was telling you. Bleak Narratives is pointing that demand out to me, and that's just one shovelful in trying to dig myself out of 40 feet underneath the bottom of the mud of the ocean, under 40 feet of water. You see what I'm saying? If I didn't know about that demand, then I wouldn't even know about that demand to even try to scoop that shovelful. But it's only one shovelful under an ocean, under 40 feet of mud. So no, we're not going to be fucking perfect. None of us are supposed to be perfect, Christopher Real. We're human. We're not even we're not supposed to be forced into these administrative courts. Like,
exactly.
I would not be in their court arguing with them if they didn't threaten me to be in their court. You see what I'm saying?
The courts are to be jealously guarding our rights.
Yeah.
they're actually they're imposters, and everything they say is a trick. Every single thing that they say is a trick.
Mm-hmm. You had them good because they couldn't even trick anymore, so they just flat out ignored and just went to asking you back in another date. It's like, what are you talking about? Come back for what? You guys are just like full of shit. Do I have to come back and act like you're legit again? What the fuck?
And that magistrate said, I don't know, he's the one that wanted to reset it. The prosecutor wasn't even motioning for anything to happen. She wouldn't even identify herself. Who's moving to court? So I don't know. I'm putting in a notice to record. I'm gonna prepare to go. I don't know why. Written on the back of a napkin. Does that make me the obligee or the obligor?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Bleak Narratives was saying I should do a whistleblower's. It should be a whistleblower's complaint, and I'm thinking, yeah, it should be. It reminds me of the lady that was trying to help, but we basically got in an argument over comprehension, and I think I should call her and say, hey, have you been working on that whistleblower complaint? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then if she's unwilling, then I'm going to start doing it myself. Because I'm working on things. My sister's working on things. It would be helpful if she could help work on things too, especially since I paid her $500. But I'm not even worried about $500. I'm worried about my fucking time and the life, and I'm not even rich neither. I should be worried about $500, but fuck, dude, I'm getting so fucked over by the government that's supposed to be protecting me. What is anything anymore, really? It's evil.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm gonna exhaust every avenue because that's the position they're leaving me in. I've done about half of them already. Hey, entertain our viewers here real quick, man. If you would, you have rights. I'm gonna say farewell to my company here, and I'll be right back.
What am I supposed to entertain them with?
I don't know. To teach them something, man. Real,
Let me read.
I haven't seen you run out yet of things to talk about. Give me about 2 minutes. Be right back.
I don't know. You guys gave me a topic to talk about the last time, which was helpful. I'm going to read North Carolina Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, if I can pull it up. I started reading the preambles of several states because I got intrigued. I was talking with a lady about 3 or 4 years ago, and we were talking about ethics and everything. And I went searching for government ethics and found 5 CFR 2635.101, which is a basic obligation of public service. It's called, which should apply to all public service, and I believe it does. They're just a bunch of obscurantists that don't know their shit yet. They'll try to tell you, that's not for us. We're local government. That's for the federal government. It's like, no, dumb shit. You're the local government working under the state government, working under the federal government. You're part of the 5 million employed by the federal executive branch. You verily are, in fact, the federal executive branch agent. even though you're working for the local government, which is the same government as the federal government. Well, anyways, then we got to talking, and I started looking up. There was people like Artie's Corporate Fiction and Law Talk with Mike tried to tell me that Dave guy, that white haired Dave guy, he tried to tell me that rights. Oh, Juan Galt also tried to tell me the rights don't exist. That how much do rights weigh? And that the man wrote the rights. I was trying to explain to them inherentness, where you don't even have to be a 3-year-old, or you can be a 3-year-old who doesn't know how to read. But if somebody swipes your ice cream cone out of your hand, you're gonna know somebody wronged you. You're gonna cry like somebody shit in your Cheerios. So I was. They tried to say, man, God doesn't give you rights. So I looked up the preambles of several states, and they all start out like this, basically, except for Colorado's. I'll read you like four. I'll read you like 4 preambles after this. Hold on one second. The North Carolina Constitution. The North Carolina's preamble says, "We, the people of the state of North Carolina, grateful to Almighty God, the sovereign ruler of nations, for the preservation of the American Union and the existence of our civil, political, and religious liberties, and acknowledging our dependence upon Him for the continuance of those blessings to us and our posterity." So relying on God, not on the government. But it's like Trent Goodbody says, you don't have to believe in Jesus. You don't have to believe in Allah. You don't have to believe in a God. All you have to do is have a fucking belief so that they can't fucking acquiesce one for you.
Yeah. He said,
you don't-
I believe we are allowed to have beliefs.
Yeah. If you don't have a belief, then they'll force a belief upon you. It's called acquisition. But anyways, so basically that's why, that a lot when, a lot of these people that hate rights are also atheists, which is okay. I'm okay with that. But at the same time, the government, which they're saying that is supposed to uphold our rights, which they're saying rights are non-existent and that man wrote the laws and the rights don't exist. They're not given to us by God. They're not inherent. It says right here in the state fucking preamble, "We, the people of the state of North Carolina, grateful to Almighty God." Now, if I change the state name to Nevada, the state that I grew up in, well, I should say around at, not in. Because the state's just an agency calling themselves the state of Nevada. Well, anyways, under their preamble, it says, "We, the people of the state of Nevada, grateful to Almighty God for our freedom in order to secure its blessings, ensure domestic tranquility, and form a more perfect government, do establish this Constitution." Okay, so obviously the states recognize that God gave us our rights. So fucking up yours, Artie Corporate Fiction and Law Talk with Mike, who doesn't even talk about law, just says legal this, legal fucking that, calls himself Law Talk with Mike.
I don't know Law Talk with Mike, but Artie's Corporate Fiction and those guys are jerk offs, man.
Yeah, they are.
What the hell are they talking about, man? They're fucking I don't know. They're yes men. They're everything that's wrong with what's going on. And
they're the people that don't believe in rights, therefore they have none.
Yeah, they're proud to bow down and kiss the ring, and they resent anybody that that doesn't believe in false authority. It says right in the Declaration of Independence, that we've been endowed with certain rights, from our Creator that are inalienable.
Mm-hmm. Listen to this one, Christopher Real. This is the one for Colorado.
Doesn't come from man.
Yeah. they're inherent truths. They speak for themselves. Okay, they're inherent truths. Well, anyways, here's the preamble for the state of Colorado. We, the people of Colorado, with profound reverence for the supreme ruler of the universe, in order to form a more independent and perfect government, establish justice, ensure tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain this Constitution. You know, it's funny how in Colorado they must be a bunch of atheists. They don't want to say God, so they say the supreme ruler of the universe, and in reverence to. Yeah.
They mean not man is what they mean by that. Not another man.
Yeah, not some man.
Yeah, or group of men.
Yeah, or group of men.
That's it. The best
Check
way
out
I can
Utah.
describe it is if everyone on my block decided to start a bowling league, you know, because they like bowling, you know. There's benefits to it, you know, but there's also, you know, rules you got to follow, like showing up and paying your dues and stuff. And there's 30 guys that live on the block, you know. Every one of them wants to join this league except for me. They can't compel me to join that bowling league. I don't like bowling. I bowled before. I'm over it, man. I'm not interested in joining that league. They can't make me fucking pay dues to pay for their t-shirts and their pizza and shit.
If it was up to the written aspect of what states are supposed to be, states would not do this to us, Christopher Real. But the evil men that acquire the position in the obligated what is it, the office or whatever, the official conduct, these people are the ones that have taken it on for private gain. They've perverted the just course of law, and they're basically seeking private gain in every aspect of the government's existence. So yeah, we have it written into our country to have so much better, but the people who have been operating our country have been operating it wrong, and that's why I was trying to get to the North Carolina Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. It has to do with secession. It shows the difference between the American Union and the American nation. It basically says that the American nation is comprised by the people of the people, and the American Union is comprised of the agents that are supposed to serve the people. But that's why the Union has a president. The American nation doesn't have a president. We're free men. That's what you were saying. You don't want to join their fucking club. Well, you're supposed under the most profound premise of the United States.
Premise.
Yeah, premise or premise. Okay. The most profound part is that you have the right to be your own agent, to sign your own contracts, and to decide the meat and potatoes of your own contract.
My rights to contract are unlimited.
Yes, the rights to contract are unlimited, and you have the right to be your own agent. Therefore, no other agent should be trying to force you into servitude. And that's exactly what the state agents are trying to do to us, is force us into their agency. And it's not right of them. It never has been. And they've all been claiming Article or Amendment 10, the 10th Amendment. But the only problem with them is they don't know the Constitution. They can't even recite the 5 basic principles of the First Amendment. And they do not know the 9th Amendment, which says that they can't use the 10th Amendment to deprive or disparage us of rights.
I'm going to take this opportunity. You have rights to say that, I think it's time for everyone to stop saying the 5. Can you recite the 5 elements of the First Amendment? Just commit it to memory already,
Do what now? Do what to memory?
Everybody says they ask a pig on the street or something. can you tell me the 5 elements of the First Amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Why not just say, can you recite the First Amendment? I mean, how many words is it? I can't tell you how many words it is right now, but I will be able. I'm going to make a point of being able to do that, and to just recite it because saying what they contained is not expressing the intent of the First
Yeah.
Amendment. Congress shall make no law. I mean, saying religion is not the same as saying Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion or the free exercise thereof. It's not the same as saying religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Fuck that shit, man. Religion. No, it says Congress shall make no law respecting the free exercise of, the establishment of religion or free exercise thereof. Is I believe what I believe it says.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it says. So, those are
the First Amendment by saying religion.
freedom of religion. Yeah, freedom of religion doesn't bear the weight that the actual words say.
Right.
Basically, you can't fucking establish my religion over yours, and then you can't disparage me from exercising, my religion, which is a good thing. Which our religion can be, we can believe in potatoes if we wanted to.
Yeah, so let's get that word for word, just to throw it in their faces because I mean, what good is it anyways? I wasn't a party to that contract, and it doesn't. I don't seem to be able to have the ability to enforce it either. But it's so easy to throw it in their faces because they so blatantly walk all over it, because by staying on the Declaration of Independence, they could wipe their ass with the Constitution. Because I have the right to assume my equal and separate position in nature, and sever the ties, the political ties that have bound us.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not honoring the Bill of Rights, because when the Constitution was a draft, it's my understanding that the people said, oh yeah, well, they want to establish this government, but we want to make sure that there's some, our rights are protected in that. That's why the Bill of Rights are amendments to the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't in the original draft, So that was agreed upon, but I mean, they're not holding up their end of the bargain, and I wasn't a party to that contract, so I don't consent to be governed by it. I declare this government to be de facto, and they have no authority over me.
They shouldn't be trying to force their fucking shit on us in the first place.
No, they shouldn't. They should be, the only thing they should be doing is the Supreme Court should be identifying more rights pursuant to the 9th Amendment to jealously guard for us, so we don't have to study the law because the government is defending those rights for us. But that's not what's happening, though, is it?
The founding fathers knew that if we were tasked with litigation, that we would have no ability to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, because nobody's going to be happy dragged into a court every single day of their life, and worrying about learning about the laws and everything every single day of their life.
That's why certain rights that were found to be the most important were enumerated in the Bill of Rights. So Farmer Joe, who's concentrating his energy on having a farm, that produces, doesn't have to, worry himself with all the things such as that,
Yeah, the district attorney was supposed to be the attorney that fights all of our fights for us in the litigation battles that are brought forward.
Yeah, the district attorney is supposed to be the public prosecutor.
Mhm. I found this Article 1, Section 4 of the North Carolina Constitution. I was wanting to read it. It says, the state shall ever remain a member of the American Union. The people thereof are part of the American nation. There is no right on the part of this state to secede, and all attempts from whatever source or upon whatever pretext to dissolve this union or to sever this nation shall be resisted with the whole power of the state. So basically, it says the states are the union and the people are the nation.
I have a book called A Colony Within a Nation, and I haven't read it. I breezed through it, reading some of it, but yeah, all those words have specific meanings.
Yeah,
You know,
I just
and,
thought it was pretty cool that they distinguished the part where, you know, the people are not part of the American Union. The people are, the state is of the union, and we're just the people of the nation are, you know, it does say the people thereof, you know, the state is the union and the people thereof are the nation. You know what I mean? So I found that was pretty informative because a lot of people are going around thinking Donald Trump is their president, or if Kamala Harris wins, they think that they're going to have to be forced to call Kamala Harris their president. You know, and it's like the people don't have presidents. We are our own agent. There's nobody higher than we, the people. We don't have commanders. We don't have chiefs. We don't have fucking presidents. Only the union and its agents have presidents.
man, you could call me one of them sovereign citizens or whatever you want. And, you know, I don't care what somebody calls me. I'm a man. I accept the titles. You know.
Yeah.
But you know, the more I've been in this, I disagree with most First Amendment auditors. You know, I love their spirit, what they're doing, but they miss some basic things, man, that show me that, you know, they're not really doing their homework. You know, they're out there putting in work, but they're not doing their homework to understand really who they are, you know, and what they're really trying to do. And I'll give you a couple examples. You know, like when they say those are our police cars, you know, why? Are you a member of that municipal corporation? How the fuck is that your police car? You know, you pay taxes. You know, they're treating us as unpaid employees. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's stuff like that. You know, even saying that I'm one of the people. I don't think I want to be one of the people. I think the people are the subjects. You know, who are subject to the tyrannical rule. You know, these people that have assumed titles of nobility, which is prohibited.
Yeah. But
You
what
know?
we're doing right now is we're philosophizing, you know, and we're getting into philosophy, which is not bad. But what I'm trying to say is that for like from 1400 to 1700, they were getting treated pretty damn ugly. So they sat there and philosophized from like 1600 to 1700 pretty hard and came up with the United States Constitution. And basically, yeah, it's not perfect. It's not a perfect document, but it's pretty damn good, you know. So,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
it's much more perfect than the words that are coming out of the mouths of these
parties.
of the present day activists, you know, which are our last hope. You know, I wish these people would tighten up. You know.
Yeah.
The bigger they are, the sloppier I find the shit that comes out of their mouths. Really, you know. But I guess
Yeah,
the
the
more people can identify with it. It's not so.
the more
specific
popular
that
they
have
are.
you know.
Yeah.
But it's important now. Little nuances like that are everything in this struggle, I think. You know.
Yeah. I think the more popular they are, a lot of them get popularity for being compliant and soft, and a lot of them get they get accredited for being ex-military.
Well,
It's
yeah,
it's
right.
weirder
I
than
mean,
shit.
it is, man. And I mean, I have 3,200 subscribers. I don't know how many of those watch me or how many of those are cops, but I consider that a huge audience, you know, that I've ever had to hear my thoughts, you know, on anything in the past. So I try to be consistent and specific, you know.
Hmm. I
Not
don't
just
worry about a
you
whole
know,
lot of
waving a
things.
flag, being like, "Oh, go Bills," you know. That's meaningless and pointless.
Hmm. Yeah, I
But
don't worry about a lot of things because, for one, I'm not strong enough to worry about everything. So why try to worry about anything? I can only try to do my best, and part of doing my best is trying not to hurt anyone, trying not to step on anybody's toes, trying not to, you know, do some of these things. You know, I basically want to just be me and not have people hurt me, but at the same time not hurt anybody else. You know, that's basically all I'm trying to do. But you know, to try to be perfect, no, I can't be perfect. I'm not going to be the smartest activist. I'm not going to be the uh, you know, wittiest.
yeah,
Um,
you know, I'm not you know, like a pacifist either, because
yeah,
you know, I do intend to cause loss, injury, or harm to the de facto um corporations that have caused me loss, injury, or harm, because I want compensation for that.
yeah,
You know, I'm
yeah. Well,
entitled
I get you there. You
to
know,
that. So if they have to pay me, or they have to go sit in the fucking cage because of crimes they committed against me, you know, which would cause them injury or harm, you know, and loss, then but that's just to make me whole again,
yeah.
you
And
know.
that consists of digging off the crust, off on top of that, and then you know, by the time you dig that crust off, they only get like 10 years when they should have got 30.
I don't care, you know, how many years, whatever they get, man, you know, because I'm getting to the point where I won't be able to be made whole again, you know.
Yeah.
Um, Bleak said, you know, those are considered to be the best years of a man's life, in between 40 and 50, you know.
Oh,
And
I
so far,
know.
I spent them fucking, you know, battling this this monster, you know.
I think that we're having a better life battling the monster, even though it's sucky to us, than it would be if we were compliant fucking idiots thinking that drinking a bunch of beer and going hunting and fucking paying for all the licenses. Um,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
you
You
know,
can never go back to that, man. You can never go back to that, and I wouldn't want to. But you know,
yeah.
I have aged 20 years and 5, and I can't do that again. You know,
Oh, I
I
know.
need to, you know, like George Jones said, I need to get it back. You know.
I'm in like a time capsule right now. When I be able to get when I'm able to go back to my home, I'm gonna hope my home is the same way I left it. But dude, it's not.
No, it could never be.
People are living there. My wife's getting older. Fucking, my animals aren't gonna be the same. They're getting older. Fucking, I'm getting more of some animals and less of the others. And fucking, you know, the wind, rain, and you know, the elements are fucking doing things. You know,
Yeah, the snow's gonna be coming here soon, man. You know,
I know.
um, I'm not I'm not living here. I'm not
You're
well,
not
I can't say I'm
contributing
not.
the way that you would because you don't fucking plan on fucking you can't sit there and be sure that they're not going to come and snatch you out of your home here in a couple, you know,
Well,
whenever.
you know, governments were instituted amongst men to protect the rights and property of the people, and that's
Yeah.
it. And that's it.
And that's
know?
not happening for you though.
No, it's not, because there's no public prosecutor. The protectors are the violators, and my life has become consumed with this shit.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
it's making me who I am. Character's not built through from easy times.
My friend Gator, he yelled at the cop. He says, I spend 60 hours a week in the law library. And then Artie's Corporate Fiction got a hold of my friend's arrest video. And Artie's Corporate Fiction is supposed to be a lawyer. And he goes, he starts contemplating right there on his live video, but he's basically trying to show my friend's video. He's trying to like call my friend an idiot and a sovereign citizen. And he sits there and he goes, he's going 60 hours. 60 hours. 60 hours in a law library a week. How does he spend 60 hours in a law library a week? And he like starts contemplating this, because he's supposed to be a lawyer, and they think that lawyering is a job, not a service. And they think that fucking they only work 40 hours a week, so how could he spend 60 hours in a law library? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he started saying, this guy must not have a job if he's spending 60 hours a week in a law library. It was funnier than shit. It was basically Artie proving that he doesn't spend 60 hours a week in a law library, that he doesn't even give his clients an hour of his time, and he basically just doesn't even study anything. He just does processes.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is funny, man. It's like Yusuf L said, he's seen guys that have been in prison, studying law in the law library for 20 years, studying the wrong shit.
Yeah, but that's easy to fucking do. We're all studying the wrong shit. Every single one of us.
There's plenty of red herrings and rabbit holes to go down.
Anytime you're not doing what you want to do, you're studying the wrong shit. You know what I mean? Like for me, I should be out sitting next to a creek somewhere fishing right now in my back country where I grew up. That would be what I would want to do right now. But I'm stuck here studying the wrong shit.
But what's more important than finding acquiring the tools, to be free. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. If it kills me, it kills me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm never gonna beg for my chains, and the comfort of the benefits and privileges, never.
Yeah, nowhere in the United States of America does it say that they have authority over the people. It's always said that the people have the authority over them.
The power is inherent in the people.
Yeah, the power is inherent in the people, and where they have their powers are only derived from the consent of the governed.
Yeah, we defeated
Basically, what we let them do.
I try not to say we.
Oh, I know.
A king was defeated, to for this nation or country, whatever you want to call it, to be different, for us to be, the land of the free and the home of the brave,
And it's not different.
No, they just call it something different.
Yeah.
And if people don't wake up, maybe it won't be different, But I don't know, maybe those who want to vigilantly defend their rights, hey, leave me alone, and you can oppress everyone else who doesn't care about their rights, but you can leave me the fuck alone. I don't know, this mass awakening supposed to happen in 2023, wasn't it? I really don't see it. But maybe a trickle. That was wishful thinking, I think.
Yeah, I don't see it either. What's funny is though is that I what I am seeing in 2024, I guess, is that fucking the Epsteins and the Pitt and the P Diddy files are getting called out, and freaking it. What's funny is that the one their Lord and Savior is the fucking one that's the friends with the Epstein and the P Diddy. You know, because
Yeah.
Trump was at the parties with the Epstein, and he was at the parties with the P Diddy. You know, he basically endorsed both.
Yeah, all that shit, man. It's all anyone wants to talk about is Trump and this and that, you know.
Oh, I know.
You know, look out their window, not under the TV screen, because that's just another red herring, you know. I don't care who you vote for. Your vote doesn't matter, you know. They're actors who aren't going to change a damn thing.
What's sad though, Christopher Real, is that as soon as about the time that they started catching on to the Pizzagate and the fucking corporate fucking sex traffickers, they fucking changed the subject. You know what I mean? And fucking before 2020, there was 800,000 children going missing in the United States alone. And then all of a sudden in 2020, 400,000 children were going missing. So they reduced the number by half and then said that, and then they're like, oh, see? No, the children are still going missing. The people are still going missing. The goddamn aliens are still fucking lizard people, you know? It's still happening. But yeah. That's like another aspect of all this that's happening to us right now. You know, because those lizard people are the government. They are the people in the fucking foundational places, like that Mitch McConnell. Come on, tell me that motherfucker ain't half turtle.
I don't know who he is.
Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
But, you know, since you know, there is no money, you know, fiat currency has no value. You know, unless somebody thinks it does, you can pass it on to the next guy. But the real currency in this realm is flesh and drugs.
Yeah, it is. The currency, they can print up enough. They can print up as much as that money as they want. So, you know, illegal immigrants aren't going to take all your tax money when they can print up as much of it as they want. The government doesn't even need your tax money. So basically, what does it all come down to is that what they really need is your belief, which is, you know, spiritual realm. You know, we battle not with the physicalities, but with principalities. They got our beliefs, and they got our blood, our flesh. So they're trying to consume our souls and our flesh as long as they can have it.
Yeah, but they pretend that it's not flesh. They pretend that it's just a corporation on a piece of paper, you know. But they're bonding that to the flesh and blood man through deception.
Mm-hmm. The Justinian deception.
Yeah, yeah. I can't believe some of the viewers here tonight haven't heard of that, man. You know, I hope they go and look at that Justinian deception.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing work that guy's done, and it goes to show, you know, that the whole idea of you know, this country and all this and that is all folly, you know, because it's the same thing everywhere, you know.
Yep. It's
With the
every land that has been conquered. Every single land that has been conquered by force, which is a fraud. Which means that they never owned it one day in their fucking lives. The only reason that we think that they owned it is because we've been taught to believe that they own it.
Well,
we've been frauded.
All tyrannies rule through fraud and force. But once the fraud is exposed, they must rely exclusively on force.
Yeah.
And that's what we're pushing them to the brink of, because when it comes to that, then people have to decide where they stand. You know, you consent to be governed through this force. You know, since now that you see that's all that it is. You know, the fraud's been exposed,
Mm-hmm.
and then that draws a line. You know, but I think most people will stand on the side of the line of yeah, I consent to be a coward and to be a subject. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who knows? You know, maybe everybody's felt like they were on the brink of the precipice of something, you know, in their lifetimes. But seems like people coasted through their lives in previous decades, maybe a little more smoothly than we are currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's probably been every single being on the face of the earth that's ever been able to read the curriculum saw that there was one portion or another that was a little bit fishy that they didn't really agree with, but then they had to make a choice whether they wanted to like point out this fishiness or just comply and shut up and just go with the norm. And the majority of the people are going with the norm and just willing to not point out the fact that they see something that's wrong, you know?
Yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it, man.
No.
And everyone else wants to gaslight you.
Yeah, I have a hard time here because I seen a security guard fucking go up and there was a fountain and there was a guy just trying. It was the heat of the summer and the guy was just trying to splash water on himself from the fountain, and the security guard ran up to him and kicked him before he could get away. And I said no. I said don't kick the humans, you know. And he basically he thought I was pretentious because here I am. What I'm telling him how to do his job in his country. You know, it's kind of like when Mexicans come to our country, and you know how you know most people get all mad that they're sitting there telling us how to do our jobs in our country. You know, how dare you tell us how to do our job in our country? You know, that's basically what this guy was saying. But really, I was just trying to tell him don't kick people. You know,
Yeah, but
you're
man,
supposed.
all that the country, the idea of the country, all that is an invisible line, you know,
Oh, I know.
that's designed to economically terrorize the people on the other side of it.
Yeah, but basically, that guard is a compliant slave that thinks that his country's his country. You know what I mean? Because he was mad that I was trying to sit there and tell him how to do his job in his country. That's
Yeah,
exactly what he said. He said,
right.
"How dare you tell me how to do my job in my country?" It's like, no, it's not telling you how to do your job in your country. It's you were kicking somebody for splashing water on themselves, bro. You know,
Yeah.
fuck. There's no humanity anywhere on this earth because the governments are not letting humanity.
Yeah, you know, I mean, because in that region, you know, say Arizona and Mexico border, you know,
Mm-hmm.
in indigenous persons or whatever, indigenous peoples on the Arizona
Mm-hmm.
side, it's called Native Americans, you know, but on the other side, they'd be called Mexicans. You know, it could be within 100 miles of each other, you know,
Oh, I
whatever
know.
land they were from.
They're part of the same tribe. Their
Yeah,
reservation spans the
more or less.
border.
They're so similar that
No, there's actually on the Arizona border. There's actually, or it's the New Mexico border, whichever one. They have a tribe that it spans both. It spans the border. It's the same tribe, but some of them live in Mexico and some of them live in the United States. But it's the same tribe. When you're on that reservation, you can walk from Mexico to America or the United States without without crossing a border. That's a
Yeah, so that's a
place.
perfect example. That's a perfect example. But if you looked in a book, they would say, "Oh, these countries are clearly defined, and they're so much different from each other." And a Cherokee or a Hopi Indian is they're like brothers to the Seneca or the Iroquois Indians.
hmm
When in fact they're closer in the history and in cultures and stuff to whoever was closest to them by miles, not by an invisible line in the sand,
hmm Yeah.
and yeah. But now everything's becoming homogenized, worldwide, and that's always to the detriment of freedom,
Oh, big time.
Yeah,
Yeah. In a thing that should grant more, it seems to take more. You know what I mean?
always. Yeah,
It's horrible.
insane.
Fucking.
People want to talk about anything other than what's happening in their own fucking neighborhoods,
hmm
Yeah, they want to talk about Ukraine and Russia or Palestinian and Israel war, or Mexico, or the presidential election.
hmm
But the only real route to change is to focus on what's going on, where in your own life, where you can see in your neighborhood,
Yeah, we're not supposed to even be bothering what's. We're supposed to be minding our own business, not trying to do what other people are doing.
Yeah, that doesn't concern me,
But that's a lot of the flack I get from people when I try to tell them my story. They say, "Well, why don't you just forget about what the public service agent was doing?" Well, he was doing it to me. You know what I mean? So, like,
yeah,
like it's kind of hard to like just focus on myself and fucking not worry about what that public agent was doing. They say, "Why did you go down there to protest him while he was just trying to do his job?" It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Within 100 feet of or 100 yards of my house, and he's been fucking threatening and harassing me, and I don't really feel safe down the street from my house.
man. If I got a DBA and called it whatever, and I'm looking for some employees, and I hired you and Chad Klein, and Arv is killing us softly. Could I tell you guys to go over to Tim Schmedley's house, and rob him, beat the fuck out of him?
Yeah,
Because
harass him.
oh yeah, well, I told you I'm your boss, you guys are looking for a job, I hired you,
hmm
so you agreed to do what I need you to do around here. Well, I need you to go and work this guy, beat the fuck out of him,
hmm
whatever money he's got, you're not responsible for causing that man loss, injury, or harm because you're my employee. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
Give a fuck, man, what your boss tells you to do. If it infringes on my rights, I got a fucking problem with it.
hmm
It's against the fucking law, the natural law, common sense, common law tells us that, it's written on the hearts of men, This, oh, I'm doing my job. Well, yeah, your job, you're getting him, your job is interfering with my rights.
hmm
It's bullshit, man. It's I don't know. It's the belief in the clown costume, I guess. I'm just saying. That was a scenario. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
I don't care who told you to do it. It violates somebody's rights. Carte blanche. I think I get. Carl Miller said, if you don't know your rights, you're giving them carte blanche to violate them. doing my job, you know. Like when a pig says, let me see some ID. We're investigating. You're obstructing our investigation. What are you investigating? You know,
Mm-hmm.
what's the corpus delicti? Is there a crime? You know, do you have probable cause to believe that I'm the one that committed that crime? They don't have a crime. They have no probable cause. What the fuck are they investigating? They're on a fishing expedition.
You know, man. You know what how do you find when a short video was posted?
Oh, I don't know. They don't tell you that, do they?
No, because like I was thinking about my friend Freedom from Government, and he used to live outside my house, but now he like moved away. Well, I tried to look at the last time he posted, and the last video he posted was over a year ago, and the last live he posted was over a year ago. Videos, latest 2 years ago was the latest video he posted, and under his lives, 1 year ago was the latest live he posted. It's like what? What the hell? And then I go to his short videos, and it looks like he's got some. I can't tell how recent this is, but he was like one of the best. You know what I mean? And now he's like not even posting.
That's sad, man, because he's one of the godfathers of the right to travel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, some things that I carry with me, from him is what gave me the courage, man, to do it. And there's no turning back,
Mm-hmm.
For me, there's not. I can't ever envision a scenario in the rest of my life where I'll be at the DMV applying for a driver license.
Mm-hmm.
I can't envision it, man. Come what may, man. If I starve to death, because I'm too scared to go into town, whatever the case may be, or I get beat to death, or locked up in a prison, while in a jail. I don't think they could ever put me in a prison without my consent. But I'm not getting that license, man. And there's ancient texts too that where men were flogged to death for refusing to take a license. See Glenn from Sovereign Living.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, from the Bible, flogged to death for refusing to take a license.
The guy's YouTube channel is called Glenn from Southern Living, or is it just called Sovereign?
It's called Sovereign Living. His name is Glenn. Yeah.
Let me look that up. I'm not sure if I'm subscribed.
Oh man, check him out. You're gonna be binge watching that shit, man. He's got a lot of stuff. Yeah, he's great.
He's got the scales on his photo.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't subscribed.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised at that, man, as you were that the other people hadn't heard of Justinian Deception.
Yeah, I thought I've heard of Sovereign Living before, but I didn't.
Yeah, check him out, man. Oh, man, he's got that's where I'm gonna look too for he's got some templates of notices of estoppel that I'm trying to notice of estoppel. Because
what do you know what video that is about the people the ancient history showing that men have been killed for not complying with the taxes and the fucking.
He rattles off a lot of little bits and pieces like that in a lot of his videos. So if you find one that sounds like it might contain it, it probably does, because the first 5-10 minutes of his video will be all little pieces of just things like that, you know, that prove a point, you know, that are yeah, I don't know. Is there any way we could pull up a video like that and watch it? You know how to do that?
The only way I could do it is play it on my phone while I played it through the video on my end.
Oh yeah. If you want to try it, man, I'll see if I can give you the whole floor and see if you can find one of a reasonable time frame of his. I'd like to play that, man, because
Yeah, they're all like over an hour long. You know, there is 57 minutes, 32 minutes. Hold on, let me see if I can find one. I like these titles: House of Prayer, Pops, Smoking Baby, Ed in Georgia, John
yeah,
in Texas.
he's got some good stuff, man.
Yeah, he does. Looks like he's got a lot. I'd have to sit here and binge watch for hours, but at the same time, it looks like it's pretty worth it.
Yeah, try and play one, man. We'll play the intro of it or something, because that's when I'll have all those his sayings and stuff on there.
How about Do It Yourself? Kangaroo Courts 23.
That sounds good.
Legislative courts versus common law courts.
Yeah. That sounds
There's
good.
also administrative agencies down here. What about this one, militia? The War of Independence was started by the militias. Well,
I don't know. What else we got?
let me go to the oldest real quick and see what he's got for his oldest shit, because that's kind of some of the most informative stuff on people's stuff.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, sometimes people, lose track of their way by the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm not one of them. I'm trying not to be, man. I hope my stuff's becoming more refined, but you might have to go back to the old stuff because I try to recapitulate my ideas, you know, and why I do what I do. But for some people that only watch a couple of my most recent videos, it might be lost on them. But it's hard for me. I can't really see the forest for the trees, you know.
Yeah. Well, that happens to all of us. He's got a lot of stuff about his own area. It's a lot of Garland, Texas stuff.
Yeah, try one of them. Kangaroo courts or
Man, he's got videos from 12 years ago. It's like, what the hell? That's a long time.
That's almost as old as you find. I think the oldest that you could find today is like 15 years. So this whole online shit is 15 years old. Is the oldest videos I find on YouTube, and
Yeah,
that's
it's
rare.
crazy.
You don't find that many like that either.
There's one for 57 minutes called Do You Know Who You Are?
Yeah, try that. Just to begin, we'll play the intro of it. Let's see if I can figure out how to put yours up there. That'd be just the sound of it. Be good enough.
Okay, let me see here.
Countries with common law, England or their sovereignty. Okay, do you know who you are? That's what we're going to be talking today. This is a quote by Cicero. Power and law are not synonymous. In truth, they're frequently in opposition and irreconcilable. There's God's law from which all equitable laws of man emerge and by which men must live if they are not to die in oppression, chaos, and despair. Divorce from God's eternal and immutable law established before the founding of the suns. Man's power is evil, no matter the noble words with which it is employed or the motives urged when enforcing it. Men of good will, mindful therefore of the law laid down by God, will oppose governments whose rule is by men. If they wish to survive as a nation, they will destroy the government which attempts to adjudicate by the whim of venal judges. And boy, I'll tell you, they ought to do something today. Anyways, the greatest weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Everything is an illusion. We're in the matrix. So where does sovereignty come from? We're going to be talking about sovereignty today. Do you know who you are? Sovereignty exists because of common law. The people of all common law, all the countries with the common law of England owe their sovereignty to the common law, and Canada, United States, Australia, New Zealand, and all common law countries in the world, the people are the sovereignty. The representation on common law covers the subject more thoroughly. Do you know who you are? We're going to talk about what is a sovereign, who is a sovereign, where does sovereignty come from, rights and duties of sovereignty is covered with common law presentation, and how you can lose your sovereignty in the color of law presentation. And there's actually two classes of citizens, and we're going to talk about that too. And how do you regain your sovereignty is covered in the asserting sovereignty presentation. So sovereignty is the right to rule. Sovereign can be a king or queen. Sovereign can be a group of people. Sovereign can also be a living soul. This is an English court case. Sovereign, a chief ruler with supreme power, a king or other ruler with limited power, and action is not maintainable against a foreign sovereign. U.S. Supreme Court, sovereignty is the right to govern. Nation or state sovereign is a person or persons in whom that resides. For the very idea that one may be compelled to hold his life or the means of living or any material right essential to the enjoyment of life at the mere will of another seems to be intolerable in any free country where freedom prevails as being the essence of slavery itself. U.S. Supreme Court. In the common law country, the sovereigns are the people. Common laws everywhere. That's what the courts have said. Even in countries where there's Roman civil law has common law, believe it or not. And actually, if you go back before the Roman civil law, common law was there. Dred Scott versus Sanford. The words "people of the United States" and "citizens" are synonymous terms and mean that they the same thing. They both describe the political body who, according to our Republican institutions, form the sovereignty and hold the power and conduct the government through their representatives. They are what we familiarly call the sovereign people, and every citizen is one of those people and a constituent member of the sovereignty. And this is not unique to the United States. Canada as well. Okay, this is a Canadian court case. This is referenced Casa Loma. Casa Loma is in Toronto. The sovereign people, through their representatives, have created the court and the board, as well as the municipal council, and defined the rights and duties of each. This is the Lord Nelson Hotel case. The Parliament of Canada and the legislatures of the several provinces are sovereign within their spheres, defined by the British North America Act, but none of them has the unlimited capacity of the individual. And this is Australian case. Translated into constitutional terms, it denotes that the sovereign power which resides in the people is exercised on their behalf by their representatives. Another Australian case. The powers of the government in this country are derived from the people who are the ultimate sovereign. Another English case. Every individual was sovereign over himself. So we the people are literally kings and queens, okay? The people are sovereign, are not bound by general words and statutes restrictive of prerogative right, title, or interest unless expressly named. Acts of limitation do not bind the king of the people. The people have been ceded all the rights of the king, the former sovereign. That's a New York court case. Another court case, Lansing versus Smith. The people of this state, as successors of its foreign sovereign, are entitled to all the rights which formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative. Through the medium of their legislature, they may exercise all the powers which previous to the revolution could have been exercised either by the king alone or by him in conjunction with his parliament, subject only to those restrictions which have been imposed by the Constitution of this state or in the U.S. And that's a 1829 court case. So at the revolution, the sovereignty devolved on the people, and they are truly the sovereigns of the country, but they are sovereigns without subjects and have none to govern but themselves. The citizens of America are equal as fellow citizens and as joint tenants in the sovereignty. And that's U.S. Supreme Court. Another court case. They're people of a state are entitled to all the rights which formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative. U.S. Supreme Court, it will be admitted on all hands that with the exception of the powers granted to the states, the federal government through the constitutions, the people of the several states are unconditionally sovereign within their respective states. Jacob A. New Law Dictionary. Okay, so this was even in England back in 1750. Citizens of London are either freemen or such as reside and keep a family in the city, and some are citizens and freemen and some are not, who have not so great privileges as others. The citizen of London may prescribe against a statute because their liberties are reinforced by statute. So what they're essentially saying, think about it, in my other court presentations or videos, I talk about how a judge, when when a statute's involved and he walks away from being a judge and now he's a clerk working for the prosecutor, and so what happens is they're talking about here the citizen may prescribe against the statute. Okay, the statutes don't apply to we the people. That's really what it comes down to. And there's more court cases that talk about this. Governments are but trustees acting under derived authority and have no power to delegate what is not delegated to them. But the people, as the original fountain, might take away what they have delegated and entrust to whom they please. The sovereignty in every state resides in the people of the state. They may alter and change their form of government at their own pleasure. U.S. Supreme Court again. And so think about it. First of all, the government's a trust. The Constitution is a trust indenture. It creates a trust. And so if you watch my bankrupt corporate so-called governments video, you'll see that they've gone and created these corporations. Well, that's not the trust that's created. That's a separate entity. So there's two entities, and they're playing these games. And so first of all, governments are trusts and they only have delegated authority, okay? And so think about it. Do I have the authority to delegate to tell you to go and take the neighbor's property and give it to some other guy because he doesn't have any or something? Absolutely not. And so, again, we got to understand the meaning of these words, okay? And so the only power the government has is power that's delegated, and it's a trust. And there's more court cases that talk about this. This is Yickwo versus Hopkins. Sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to law, for it is the author and source of law. But in our system, all sovereign powers are delegated to the agencies of government. Sovereignty itself remains with the people, by whom and for whom all government exists and acts. So therefore, the only power held by the government is what we, the people, delegated, and we are not competent to delegate authority to Congress to turn around and pass a law that says that we have to pay taxes, that we have to follow some speed limit, that we have to do anything. Okay, so none of those statutes apply to we the people, and so this is what you have to understand: is that I don't have authority to tell Congress to do anything to you, and so Congress doesn't have the authority. Neither does any state legislature. This is another U.S. Supreme Court case. There is no such thing as the power of inherent sovereignty in the government of the United States. In this country, sovereignty resides in the people, and Congress can exercise no power by which they have not, by their Constitution, entrusted to it. All else is withheld, okay? So they don't have the authority. And that's the bottom line. A lawful de jure government is a trust. The Constitution is a trust indenture. A trust indenture is a contract. A corporation is not a trust. There's no authority in any constitution for a corporation. This is Title 28, United States Code, Section 3002, and there's no delegation of authority, no delegated authority for a corporation called the United States or any agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of such a corporation. And what they're saying here is, as used in this chapter, United States means a federal corporation, agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States or instrumentality of the United States. Well, think about it. All banks are instrumentalities. Agency, that sounds like Federal Bureau of Investigation, or how about the Central Intelligence Agency, or the Federal Aviation Administration, or the Department of Homeland Security, or the Secret Service. These are all agencies of this corporation. And so if you're going to sue, what this is Title 28 is judiciary. And so therefore, if you're going to sue, this is what they see. This is who you're suing. That's the only thing you can sue. And so, again, that's what they're talking about. And so it's a corporation. The same thing in Canada. This is the word Canada is used in Section 91(1) of the Constitution Act. Does not refer to Canada as the geographical unit, but refers to the juristic federal unit, and a juristic federal unit's a corporation. Now, Dred Scott versus Sanford, but in considering the question before us, it must be borne in mind that there is no law of nations standing between the people of the United States and their government and interfering with their relation to each other. The power of the government and the rights of the citizens under it are positive and practical regulations plainly written down. The people of the United States have delegated to it certain enumerated powers and forbidden it to exercise others, okay? So when they went and signed on to the UN treaty and they went and brought in UNIDROIT, and this UN law merchant and all that stuff, okay, that has nothing to do with we the people, okay? It cannot. They don't have authority to make that have anything to do with we the people. That's why they have to fabricate evidence of some fictitious entity. Spooner versus McDonald. The sovereignty of a state does not reside in the persons who fill the different departments of its government, but in the people from whom the government emanated, and they may change it at their discretion. Sovereignty then in this country abides with the constituency and not with the agent. And this remark is true both in reference to federal and state governments. A delegate cannot delegate. An agent cannot delegate his functions to a subagent without the knowledge or consent of the principal. The person to whom an office or duty is delegated cannot lawfully devolve the duty on another unless he be expressly authorized to do so. Okay, in other words, it's got to be in the Constitution, and there's nothing in the Constitution that talks about the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the Office of Attorney General or the Texas Department of Public Safety, okay, and this is a maxim of law, and so therefore they don't have a shred of authority. A delegated power cannot be, again, delegated. Another maxim of law, a deputy cannot have or appoint a deputy. Another maxim of law. Can I delegate to you the power to go to the neighbor and take his property and give it to the guy down the street because he is hungry? Can I delegate to you the power to tell some guy that he has to move his wrecked car or you are going to take his property? Can I delegate to you the power to stop and people and interrogate them and harass them because they're not following some rules that were made up this morning, like speeding? If I cannot delegate that power, then the government does not have that power. It is true that at common law, the duty of the Attorney General is to represent the king, he being the embodiment of the state, but under the democratic form of government now prevailing, the people are kings, so the Attorney General's duties are to that sovereign rather than to that to the machinery of government. And that's Hancock versus that's a Kentucky court case. And again, this is proof that a holder has perjured his oath by going out and saying that the sovereign citizens are terrorists, okay, and that's a deliberate attempt to intimidate people and threaten people and facilitate their murder, because you know that the hired thugs are going to go out and murder people because of it, and that's all deliberate and calculated by Holder. Cahill versus United States. This is Supreme Court again. The law of Congress do not extend into the territorial limits of the state, but have force only in the District of Columbia and other places that are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government. Okay. And the exclusive jurisdiction of the United States, having forts and dockyards ceded to them, is derived from the express assent of the states by whom the cessions are made. It could be derived in no other manner, because without it, the authority of the state would be supreme and exclusive therein. Okay, and that's U.S. Supreme Court. Both of these are U.S. Supreme Court cases, and so I can tell you that there is no cessions. There's nothing ceded to the United States and Texas, and so when those U.S. border pigs assaulted me in West Texas, out there about 100 miles from El Paso, at their waste station that they have out there. They perjured their oath, and Clements, or no, is it Clements or Cunningham, the judicial, or they should say the clerk, masquerading as a judicial whore in the Northern District of Texas, perjured his oath when he dismissed the case. And that's coming in Fire the Judicial Whores of Texas and Fire the United States Whores. Actually, it'll probably be more like Fire the clerks masquerading as judges. Anyways, so it ain't over, Clements and or Cummings, whatever your name is. Anyways, U.S. Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Magna Carta is called the Great Charter of English Liberty. The Canadian Handbook for Judges cites the Magna Carta, page 77. Magna Carta says will not deny or defer to any man either justice or right. Actually, it doesn't say that. It says something similar to that, but these whores don't want you to know what it really says. The Magna Carta is not a unilateral act emanating solely from the spontaneous will of the king, as the charters of the predecessors of John. Neither is it a treaty, for we cannot say it was concluded between two legitimate and independent sovereignties, nor between two nations, nor is it a law. The barons do not appear in it as subjects, for they are freed from their promise of fidelity, and the king brought captive, placed before them, submitted to the conditions which the conquerors imposed upon him. Magna Carta is therefore a contract, but resembles a treaty concluded between two nations, in that one of the parties, in virtue of the law of war, can impose its will upon the other. And that's Perlman versus Pichet, a habeas corpus court case in Quebec. So when anybody tells you there's no common law in Quebec, BS. And so what they're essentially saying here is that the barons basically stuck a sword to the tyrant John's throat and said, "Here, king, we want you to sign this, or we'll run you through right now." And so that's essentially what happened. And so the queen, or I should say the bitch, and the president has the oath of office. We the people owe no allegiance to the bitch or the president. The bitch or the president owes allegiance to the people. And so which the bitch likes to perjure, so does Obama. So why do we the people set up governments in the first place? Think about it. We set up governments for protection against foreign enemies, protection from each other, to administer disputes in a fair and impartial manner. And the only legitimate function for government is to protect the rights of the people. That's it, nothing else. So you have a hierarchy. You have God, who's King of Kings, created we the people, and we the people created the government. And if you think about it, I mean, the courts have said that we the people are kings, right? So God is King of Kings, and we the people create the government, and the government created corporations. And if the government's talking to you, it's because they think that you're a corporation. That's exactly what's going on. And so our rights, why is God in the Constitution? Think about it. Why is God in the Constitution? In the preamble to the U.S. Declaration of Independence, or in the preamble to the Constitution, it talks about ordain. We do ordain this Constitution. Okay, that's a Christian religious ceremony. Our rights, the reason God is in the Constitution, because our rights come from God. And if our rights come from God, only God can take them away. And the communists, like the NDP party up in Canada, like every once in a while, they put out, well, we want to take God out of the Constitution. And, of course, the communists would want to do that. And that's what the agenda is. This is a U.S. court case. A citizen of every one state is a citizen of every other state in the union. This is Hale versus Hinkle, U.S. Supreme Court. The individual may stand upon his constitutional rights as a citizen. He's entitled to carry on his private business in his own way. His power to contract is unlimited. He owes no duty to the state or to his neighbors to divulge his business or to open his doors to an investigation so far as it may tend to incriminate him. He owes no such duty to the state, since he receives nothing therefrom beyond the protection of his life, liberty, and property. His rights are such as existed by the law of the land, long antecedent to the organization of the state, and can only be taken from him by due process of law and in accordance with the Constitution. Among his rights are a refusal to incriminate himself and the immunity of himself and his arrest, property from arrest and seizure, except under a judicial warrant, a warrant of the law. He owes nothing to the public as long as he does not trespass upon their rights. And that's U.S. Supreme Court again. And a bench warrant is not a judicial warrant. These whores, like in Fort Worth and this whore Redmond in Lethbridge that issued his warrant, that was not a lawful warrant. That was not a judicial warrant, and Judgment Day is coming, whores. All so-called judges operate under a statute, and they are not judges, but they are clerks working for the prosecutor, as found in the de facto courts video on the Fire of the United Nations Whores in Canada video, and the Corruption in the Courts 3 video, and the Corruption in the Courts 4 video, and the J.D. Rook, the bought and paid for clerk masquerading as a judge video, and the upcoming Fire of the United Nations Judicial Whores in Texas video, and in other ones. There's no lawful warrants. Well, I should say when it's from these whores. There are at least two major classes of citizens, state and federal. This is the U.S. Supreme Court. There is in our political system a government of each of the several states, and the government of the United States, each is distinct from the other and has citizens of its own. One may be a citizen of a state and yet not a citizen of the United States. Did you know that? And that's McDonald versus State. There is a clear distinction between national citizenship and state citizenship, U.S. Supreme Court. Instead, this provision protects only those rights peculiar to being a citizen of the federal government. It does not protect those rights which relate to state citizenship. And that's 1993, Jones versus Timmer. Citizenship of the United States does not entitle citizens to privileges and immunities as citizens of the state, since privileges of one are not the same as the other. That's Tashiro versus Jordan. Maxwell versus Dow. The privileges and immunities as citizens of the United States do not necessarily include all the rights protected by the first 8 amendments to the federal Constitution against the powers of the federal government. Did you know that? A U.S. citizen doesn't have the access to the first 8 amendments against the powers of the federal government. The only absolute and unqualified right of a U.S. citizen is to residence within the territorial boundaries of the United States. A U.S. citizen is literally a slave. It's a piece of property. Such construction ignores the rights of a state in virtue of its sovereignty to confer citizenship within its own limits, where the rights incident to such a status are not the citizenship mentioned in the federal Constitution. It does not follow that because one has all the rights and privileges of a citizen of a state, he must be a citizen of the United States. Since a distinction has long been recognized, such a distinction has long been recognized in this county. And that's a reference that's referring Dred Scott versus Sanford, which is a U.S. Supreme Court case. And that is actually taken from a Mississippi court case. The rights of the original judicial citizens of the state as such are not under consideration in the 14th Amendment. They stand as they did before the 14th Amendment and are fully guaranteed by other provisions. And that's U.S. Supreme Court again. Actually, no, that's U.S. versus Anthony before it went to the Supreme Court. Civil rights under the 14th Amendment are for federal citizens and not state citizens. Federal citizens as parents have no right to the custody of their infant children except subject to the paramount right of the state. So citizenship in Canada is the same thing. It exists in Canada. The charter adopted in 1982 refers to citizens of Canada several times. The courts have told us that laws of Canada are federal laws. Citizens of Canada are federal citizens. Canadians include state, which is the provincial citizens, and federal citizens. And this is the charter. It says every citizen of Canada, Section 3. And in Section 6.1, it talks about every citizen of Canada. And 6.2, and 23.1, and 23.2, and 23.3. And in Section 3, it says every citizen of Canada has the right to vote in the election of members of the House of Commons. So what that's saying is elections are commercial elections. And Section 28 says, notwithstanding anything in this charter, the rights and freedoms referred to it are guaranteed equally to male and female persons. Okay, so a citizen of Canada is a person, is a fictitious entity. And this is a California court case. It is evidence that they, U.S. citizens or citizens of Canada, have not political rights which are vested in citizens of the states. They are not constituents of any community which is vested in any sovereign power of the government. Their position partakes more of a character of subjects than of citizens. They are subject to the law of the United States or Canada is applicable, but have no voice in its management. If they are allowed to make laws, the validity of these laws is derived from the sanction of a government in which they are not represented. Mere citizenship they may have, but the political rights of citizens they cannot enjoy. And so we'll go into this a little bit more. A subject or national may indicate being a member of the sovereign state, especially one owing allegiance or democratic forms and usages. Owing an allegiance, sharing individual political rights, subject may imply a state of subjection to a person such as a monarch. A national is a more general word, may apply to anyone owing permanent allegiance to a nation and indicates one belonging to a broad category that includes both people who are citizens or subjects, but also people who have not attained such legal status. Okay, so again, a citizen or a subject is basically a citizen is a subject can be a citizen, but not necessarily. And a national is someone that's not a citizen or a subject. And so that's Merriam's third new international dictionary in 1986. A subject, Black's Law Dictionary, one that owes allegiance to a sovereign is governed by laws. The natives of Great Britain are subjects to the British government. Men in free government are subjects as well as citizens. As citizens enjoy rights and franchises. As subjects, they are bound to obey the laws. The term is little used in countries in republic and form of government. That tells me that the U.S. is no longer a republic. Proud versus Gore. This, in our opinion, it was not the intent of the legislature to restrict the operation of the statute to those who were only who were subjects of the United States government, and to exclude therefrom unnaturalized residents of foreign birth, whether black or white. And that's 1922. And so, again, they're talking about subjects of the United States government. U.S. versus Anthony. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were designed mainly for the protection of the newly emancipated Negroes. Okay, so again, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment are for U.S. citizens. Downs versus Bidwell, U.S. Supreme Court. On the other hand, the 14th Amendment, upon the subject of citizenship, declares only that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Here there is the limitation to persons born or naturalized in the United States, which is not extended to persons born in any place subject to their jurisdiction. And so there's a difference. They're differentiating there. The persons declared to be citizens are all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The evident meaning of these last words is not merely subject in some respect or degree to the jurisdiction of the United States, but completely subject. And that's Elk versus Wilkins, U.S. Supreme Court case again. The term citizen in the United States is analogous to the term subject in the common law. Okay, so this is all common law, really, if you think about it. And so back before the Civil War, they were called subjects, and then after the Civil War, after the 14th Amendment, they became citizens. Citizenship is a term of municipal law. Citizenship carries with it the idea of connection or identification with the state and a participation in its functions, and as such implies much more than residence. And so therefore, U.S. citizens can murder their unborn children. The unborn are not included within the definition of person as used in the 14th Amendment. And this is Colgate versus Harvey, U.S. Supreme Court. And while the 14th Amendment does not create a national citizenship, it has the effect of making that citizenship paramount dominant instead of derivative and dependent upon state citizenship. In other words, they criminally converted citizenship into the opposite of what they intended, what the founding fathers intended. Citizenship is a political status and may be defined and privilege limited by Congress. Yes, U.S. citizens can. The term resident and citizen in the United States is distinguished from a citizen of one of the several states in that the former is a special class of citizen created by Congress, okay? In other words, prior to the 14th Amendment, U.S. citizen did not exist. Bowling versus Commonwealth, the 14th Amendment referred to slavery, common law, consequently the only persons embraced by its provisions and for which Congress was authorized to legislate in the manner were those then in slavery. And then Van Valkenburg versus Brown. No white person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction or born without those limits and subsequently naturalized under their laws owes the status of citizenship to the recent amendments of the federal constitution. And they're talking about 14th, 15th amendments, 13th. And this is in the United States Code right now. Go look it up. Title 42, United States Code, Section 1982. It says all citizens of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory as is enjoyed by white citizens thereof to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, and convey real and personal property. And so that's right there, right now. Therefore, U.S. citizens residing in one of the states of the Union are classified as property and franchise of the federal government as an individual entity. A U.S. citizen, that's U.S. Supreme Court. A U.S. citizen, upon leaving the District of Columbia, becomes involved in interstate commerce and, as a resident, does not have the common law right to travel of a citizen of one of the several states. And after the adoption of the 14th Amendment, a bill which became the first Civil Rights Act was introduced in the 39th Congress, the major purpose of which was to secure to the recently freed Negroes all the civil rights secured to the white man, none other than citizens of the United States were within the provisions of the Act. And that's U.S. Supreme Court again. A subject, one who owes allegiance to a sovereign and is governed by by that sovereign's laws. Speaking generally, we may say that the terms subject and citizens are synonymous. Subject and citizens are alike those whose relation to the state is personal and not merely territorial, permanent and not merely temporary. This equivalent, however, is not absolute. For in the first place, the term subject is commonly limited to monarchical forms of government, while the term citizen is more especially applicable in the case of republics. And that's Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition. Finally, it is to be noticed that the term subject is capable of a different, wider application, which includes all members of the body politic, whether they're citizens or resident aliens. All such persons are subjects, all being subject to the power of the state, to its jurisdiction, as owing to it at least temporarily fidelity and obedience. Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition. Residents, this is taken from Vattel, okay, and this explains it very well. Residents, as distinguished from citizens, are aliens who are permitted to take up a permanent abode in the country, being bound to society by reason of their dwelling in it. They are subject to its laws so long as they remain there, and being protected by it, they must defend it. Although they do not enjoy all the rights of citizens, they only have certain privileges which the law or custom gives them. Permanent residents are those who have been given the right of perpetual residence. They are a sort of citizen of a less privileged character and are subject to the society without enjoying all its advantages. Their children succeed to their status, for the right of perpetual residence given them by the state passes to their children. So again, the Law of Nations is taken from the Law of Nations by Vattel, Book 1, Chapter 19, Section 213, page 87. And so again, that's what a resident is, okay? And so that's what a U.S. citizen is. One does not necessarily become a non-resident absconding or absenting himself from his place of abode. And so it's all in what you tell them. Residence, the fact of being officially president, the statutory president of incumbent in a benefice. That's Funkin Wagnall's dictionary. It might be correctly said that there was no such thing as a citizen of the United States. A citizen of any one of the states of the Union is held to be and called a citizen of the United States, although technically and abstractly there is no such thing. Every taxpayer is assessed a K trust. Having sufficient interest in preventing the abusement of the trust must be recognized in the field of the court's prerogative jurisdiction. So a U.S. citizen's a fictitious entity is what it is, okay? And so this has absolutely nothing to do with race, really. Taxpayers are not state citizens. This is in Southern Reports. Slater's protestation to the effect that he derives no benefit from the United States government have no bearing on his legal obligation to pay income taxes. Unless the defendant can establish that he's not a citizen of the United States, the IRS possesses authority to attempt to determine his federal tax liability. And that's the U.S. District Court in Delaware. When you're traveling, and then there's the U.S. border pigs. When you're traveling across the border, you tell the U.S. border pigs that you're a state citizen, and they say, we don't recognize state citizenship. How can you spell treason? The U.S. border pigs are deliberately and calculatedly engaged in treason by making that statement. The U.S. border pigs are under the direction and supervision of Holder, the bar member whore, and his hired thugs in the Office of Attorney General Corporation. And the Canada border pigs are too stupid to know anything about the two classes of citizens. The Canada border pigs are under direction of bar members like the bar member pig McKay and the bar member pig Nicholson and the pig Harper and the pig Tays and the pig bar member Johnston, who was the governor general. He's another bar member pig. And the ultimate responsible is with Elizabeth the bitch. No disrespect to dogs intended. You know, a dog doesn't sit there and make you think he's your friend and stick a knife in your back like Elizabeth the bitch does. We're going to talk about some court cases that talk about race. And we've kind of talked about them a little bit here. The court cases talk about race are used to talk about what was once considered subjects. Because of the so-called 14th Amendment, all subjects became U.S. citizens. And I want to stress again that race has nothing to do with this. This has everything to do with its corporate law, and I don't care what race you are, you can be a sovereign. Matter of fact, we'll talk about that more. Anyways, in the Chisholm versus Georgia case, it says, but they are sovereigns without subjects unless the African slaves among us may be so called. And it's the U.S. Supreme Court. This is an 1854 court case. No black or mulatto person or Indian shall be allowed to give evidence in favor of or against a white man. The words Indian, Negro, black, white are generic terms designating race. Therefore, Chinese and other people not white are included in the prohibition from being witnesses against whites.
Wow.
Excluding Chinese witnesses in suits to which white persons are parties is affirmed. And in the indicium of color is not an infallible test to the competency of a witness under the act, excluding blacks, mulattoes, and Indians from testifying for or against white persons. In a criminal action against a white person, a black or mulatto person, though the injured party, cannot, under the statute, be a witness against the defendant. The words in favor of or against any white person in the act prohibiting persons of one half or more Indian blood or Mongolian or Chinese from giving evidence refer to the defendant alone in a criminal action. Okay, so what these cases are basically saying is that it's talking about these other races before the 14th Amendment. They were citizen subjects. And after the 14th Amendment, they became U.S. citizens. The 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States does not conflict with the power of the legislature in the exercise of its discretion to exclude Chinamen from the right to testify in state courts. The evidence of a Chinaman cannot be admitted to provide a white man guilty of manslaughter. The right of trial by jury in civil cases guaranteed by the 7th Amendment. Okay, so now this is talking about subjects, okay? And this is talking about, it's all admiralty, it's all Roman civil law. And again, the way you get subject to this is they get you in a contract. Anyways, the right, and it's all coming from the Vatican. I got to tell you, it's these bar members that are doing it. Anyways, the right of trial by jury in civil cases guaranteed by the 7th Amendment and the right to bear arms guaranteed by the 2nd Amendment have been distinctly held not to be privileges and immunities as citizens of the United States guaranteed by the 14th Amendment against abridgment by the states. And in effect, the same decision was made in respect of the guarantee against prosecution except by indictment of a grand jury contained in the 5th Amendment and in respect of the right to be confronted with witnesses contained in the 6th Amendment. Okay, so again, that's the U.S. Supreme Court said that U.S. citizens don't have access to the first 8 amendments to the Constitution against the powers of the federal government. And so they're basically saying the same thing in this case. The technical niceties of the common law are not regarded. A jury does not figure ordinarily in a trial of an admiralty suit. The verdict of a jury merely advisory and may be disregarded by the court. The rules of practice may be altered when they are found to be inconvenient or likely to embarrass the business of the court. In other words, we want to railroad this guy, and so we'll just bend the rules here a little bit. A court of admiralty acts upon equitable principles. A libel of information accusation does not require all the technical position of an indictment at common law. If the allegations describe the offense, that is all that is necessary. Is founded upon a statute is sufficient if it pursues the words of the law. And this is talking about admiralty and these equitable courts, these kangaroo courts, these UN courts that you see operating these days. U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. Okay, so a subject is property. Okay, so a U.S. citizen is property. Okay, you're a slave. That's exactly what a U.S. citizen is a slave. But they have to gather evidence against you, and again, it's not about race. It's all about slavery, and it's all about corporate law. There have always been 2 classes of citizens. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities as citizens in the several states. Okay, so that's the U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 2, Clause 1. And then it goes back to Leviticus, even talks about 2 classes of citizens. But the stranger that dwelleth among you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. That's exactly how they enslaved the children of Israel, is they used the 2 classes of citizens. Love ye therefore the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Deuteronomy 10 and 9. And the U.S. Supreme Court even uses these terminologies. The rights of sovereignty extend to all persons and things not privileged that are within the territory. They extend to all strangers resident therein, not only to those who are naturalized and to those who are domiciled therein, having taken up their abode with the intention of permanent residence, but also to those whose residence is transitory. All strangers are under the protection of the sovereign while they're within his territory and owe a temporary allegiance in return for that protection. And that's, again, U.S. Supreme Court, and they're using this strangers terminology that's taken right out of the Bible. Strangers have a social security number, a social insurance number, Deuteronomy 23:19-20. Thou shalt not lend to upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury, unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. So they want a social security number so they can verify that you're one of the slaves. You're a stranger. Think about it. The bankers, thieves will not loan their so-called money unless you can prove you're a resident. The dissenting opinion asserts that the 14th Amendment is a part of the Constitution of the United States. While this same assertion has been made by the United States Supreme Court, that court has never held that the amendment was legally adopted. I cannot believe that any court in full possession of its faculties could honestly hold that the amendment was properly approved and adopted. And that's a Utah court case. And so the so-called 14th Amendment, it's a fraud. The so-called 14th Amendment citizen is a corporation as used in this chapter. This is 28 U.S.C. Section 3002. United States is a federal corporation, and any agency, department, commission, board are all entities of this corporation. A U.S. corporate citizen does not have access to the first 8 amendments against the powers of the federal government. The U.S. corporate citizen does not have the right to trial by jury, does not have the right to keep and bear arms, does not have the right to face your accuser, does not have a right to give evidence against state citizens, does not have a right to common law indictment, use information only. How many times do they do shit with the information? They have mandatory military service, mandatory taxes, may vote, but it doesn't mean anything because there's no political power. And if they do something because of the vote, it's because they feel like doing it. It's not about race. The U.S. versus Amistad is a good example. There was some slaves. The Amistad was a slave vessel, and it had a load of cargo of slaves, and what happened is the slaves overpowered their captors and killed them all except for one. And they said, "Take us back to Africa," and because they didn't know how to navigate, they didn't know how to sail a ship. And the guy that they didn't kill sailed in circles off the coast of Virginia until the U.S. Navy found him, and they brought him back and put him on trial for murder. And so what happened is it went all the way to the Supreme Court. Look it up. That's the Supreme Court citation right there. And what happened is the court finally ruled. Actually, the arguments in the case were either A, if they're slaves, they're property, and therefore they're no different than a dog or a cat, and a dog or a cat can't commit murder. And if they're not slaves, then they're free men, and they had every right to do what they did. And the U.S. Supreme Court said they had every right to do what they did, and they sent them back to Africa. And so again. So it's nothing to do with race. It has absolutely nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with slavery, and they're using this. It's all coming from the bankster thieves and their Jesuit Vatican handlers, and it's all about divide and conquer. And so we cannot allow ourselves to get diverted away from the real issues. When people start talking about race and stuff like that, it has absolutely nothing to do with race, and it has everything to do with slavery. And this is actually a quote from Albert Pike, who was a Confederate general and became, after the Civil War, became a head of the Masons. Okay, and the First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia and making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the Agent Terror of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that political Zionism be strong enough to institute the sovereign state of Israel and Palestine. During the Second World War, the international communism must be strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would then be restrained and held in check until a time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantages of the differences caused by the agent Terror of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and the political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. We must unleash the nihilists and the atheists. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, the origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. And it goes on, it says, then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from the moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in public view. This manifestation will result in a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. And so that's what it's all about. It's about Satanism and Luciferian Vatican. That's where it's coming from. And Albert Pike is talking all about it right there. You can be a national without being a citizen. Citizenship is part of the political community. The U.S. passport application even talks about a national, and it says I'm a citizen or non-citizen national. The application form and the instructions talks about non-citizen nationals. It is, however, true that in all common law countries has always and consistently been held that the wife and minor children take the nationality of the husband and father. That is common law doctrine. In doing this, I shall have occasion incidentally to evince how true it is that states and governments were made for man, at the same time how true it is how his creatures and servants at first deceived, next vilified, and less oppressed their master and maker. Let a state be considered as subordinate to the people, and everything else be subordinate to the state. And is that ever going on today or what? Every citizen and freeman is endowed with certain rights and privileges to enjoy which no written law or statute is required. I don't need some statute. These are the fundamental or natural rights recognized among all free peoples. As a general rule, men have a natural right to do anything which their inclination may suggest, if it be not evil in itself and in no way impairs the rights of others. The law of nature, being coequal with mankind and dictated by God himself, is of course superior in obligation to any other, is binding over all the globe in all countries and at all times. No human laws are of any validity, if contrary to this, and such of them as are valid derive all their force and all their authority immediately from this original. And that's Black's Commentaries on the Laws of England, Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England. The acts of the legislature, apparently contrary to natural rights and justice, are in our law and must be in the nature of things considered as void. The laws of nature are the laws of God, whose authority can be superseded by no power on earth. A legislature must not obstruct our obedience to him, from whose punishments they cannot protect us. All human constitutions which contradict God's laws, we are in conscience bound to obey. Bound to disobey. And again, it comes down to the same stuff, okay? If a judge is dealing with a statute, he's not a judge anymore, he's a court. And so that has nothing to do with we the people. The individual, unlike the corporation, cannot be taxed with the mere privilege of existing. The corporation is an artificial entity which owes its existence and charter powers to the state, but individuals' right to life and own property are natural rights for the enjoyment of which an excise cannot be imposed. And this is as old as time itself. This is taken from Acts. And when they bound him with thongs, Paul said unto the centurion that stood by, is it lawful for you to scourge a man who is a Roman and uncondemned? When the centurion heard that, he went and told the chief captain, saying, take heed what thou doest, for this man is a Roman. Then the chief captain came and said unto them, tell me, art thou a Roman? He answered, yea. And the chief captain answered, with a great sum obtained I this freedom. And Paul said, but I was freeborn. Then straightly they departed from him, which should have examined him, and the chief captain was also afraid, after they knew that he was a Roman, because they had found him. Okay, and so this is as old as time itself. How can you lose your sovereignty? In order for a member of the sovereignty to become subject to regulation in any way, they must agree to it. There's got to be a contract. As with any contract, it must be knowing, willing, and intentional. But individuals, when acting as representatives of a collective group, cannot be said to be exercising their personal rights and duties, nor be entitled to their purely personal privileges. Rather, they assume the rights and duties and privileges of the artificial entity or association which they are agents or officers, and they are bound by its obligations. Okay, so that's why they need to fabricate evidence of this corporation. Everything is by consent. This is taken from Section 14 of the Criminal Code of Canada. No person is entitled to consent to have death inflicted upon him. Well, think about it. When they put that in there, everything else is by consent. The rights of individuals are restricted only to the extent that they've been voluntarily surrendered by citizenship to the agencies of government. The state citizen is immune from any and all government attacks and procedure absent contract. Every man is independent of all laws except those prescribed by nature. He's not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent. They don't have authority to do that stuff. They don't. That's why a statute means nothing. The rights of individuals are restricted only to the extent that they've been in closer here. This is showing it closer. And it's a government. They don't have authority to do that stuff. They don't. That's why a statute means nothing. The rights of individuals are restricted only to the extent that they've been voluntarily surrendered by the citizenship to the agencies of government. This is a letter sent by Arizona Senator Wayne Stump, and in 1985. We're going to get in closer here. This is showing it closer, and it was sent to Ralph Melstred, their Director of Public Safety. It's come to my attention that numerous individuals in our state have rescinded all their contracts with the federal government, the state of Arizona, and each of its political subdivisions, establishing themselves as freemen under the organic national constitution of the Republic of the United States of America. Consequently, they may be driving without auto registration, driver's license, and any other evidence of contract. Because many law enforcement personnel may be unaware of the contractual nature of auto registration and driver's licenses, it is conceivable that this situation may lead to confrontation between these individual and law enforcement personnel. I urge you to inform yourself and your personnel about this matter as soon as possible. If you would like to be briefed by someone knowledgeable on this subject, please contact me. In the meantime, inasmuch as this procedure is entirely appropriate when properly carried out, I would like to be personally notified of every such instance of confrontation. So, again, this is how you do it. You rescind the contracts. It's all a fraud. State citizenship is a vested substantial property right, and the state has no power to divest or impair those rights. So how can you lose your sovereignty? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Anytime you get anything from the government, it's an implied contract and brings you into their jurisdiction. Anytime you register for anything or make application for anything from the government, you're giving them a power of attorney to make legal determinations for you and represent you. You're making them confident in your affairs. You're telling them you're a person. You're converting yourself into a slave. All statutes are written very carefully, and most do not apply to members of the sovereignty. 99% of the time, the government is technically correct. It is not up to the government to tell you that you're a member of the sovereignty. If you have to go to the bureaucrat and say, what does this statute mean? You're basically saying that you are incompetent, okay? And there is no such thing as an incompetent sovereign. The government lawyers make up a statute that properly applies to those entities they have jurisdiction over. The burden is on us to assert our sovereignty. If a member of the sovereignty gets unknowingly involved with something that operates as a contract by which he loses his sovereignty, he's made a mistake of law and fact. There's lots of case law on that. So whose duty is it to protect the Constitution? The courts have ruled that the government is not the protector of the Constitution. If the government is not the protector of the Constitution, then who is? It's not the function of our government to keep the citizen from falling into error. It's the function of the citizen to keep the government from falling into error. That's U.S. Supreme Court. And that's 100% correct. It's up to us. We need to take care of business. The reason we're getting a tyrannical government is because we're asleep at the wheel. How can you lose your sovereignty? It's the people who are supposed to be, it is the people who are supposed to be protecting the Constitution. How do we, the people, protect the Constitution? Well, we protect the Constitution by challenging what the government does through the courts administratively and for refusing to participate. It is one of the fundamental maxims of the common law that ignorance of the law excuses no one. The burden is on the sovereigns to know and understand the law and assert their sovereignty. All contracts must be entered into knowingly, willingly, and intentionally. None of the contracts entered into with the government by which you might lose your sovereignty are willing, intentional, or knowing, and actually all you have to do is bring up the issue, and they don't want to talk about it. Matter of fact, they will never talk about it, because then if they admit that such a thing is going on, they're involved in treason. That's exactly what's going on. The sovereignty of the people is unalienable and imprescriptible. In order to regain your sovereignty, you must assert it. And when you assert your sovereignty in the way that we're going to talk about in asserting your sovereignty, You build a case with evidence that you can use in court at a future date that you should you need to do so. You send all raw documents by registered mail with the return receipt if possible, because registered mail is kept under lock and key and there's a chain of custody. Government attorneys may turn it over to a bureaucrat who may also respond on a point. Does it matter? Do you know who you are? If the government were to admit that you're right, they'd be admitting to treason, extortion, genocide, and other felonies. The government's attorneys will probably not respond at all. That's a smart thing to do, quite frankly. In order to be a true sovereign, you must be self-reliant. You must not only talk the talk, you must walk the walk. You must be knowledgeable about the law and how it works. You must be prepared to take the initiative in court if necessary. You must make it known in no uncertain terms that you're all of the above. It's all about slavery. It has nothing to do with race. A U.S. citizen or a citizen of Canada or a citizen of Australia is a slave. Either you're the king or you're a slave, and there's nothing in between. If you participate in their color of law statutes, then you've agreed to be their slave. It is only involuntary servitude that's not lawful. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. Nobody said it'd be easy, but it is possible. If tyranny and oppression come to this land, it will be in the guise of fighting a foreign enemy, and ain't that the truth? The business of the journalist is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of Mammon, to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. You know it, and I know it. And what folly is this toasting an independent press? We are the tools and vassals of rich men behind the scenes. We are jumping jacks. They pull the strings, and when we dance, our talents, our possibilities, our lives are all property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. And that's John Swinton, former chief of staff of the New York Times. We can educate ourselves. What can we do? We can educate ourselves so we know when our rights are being violated. We can work with our friends and neighbors to reestablish our common law juries and our common law de jure courts. We can educate our public servants, because many of them do not know any more than we do. We can educate other people by circulating this video in any other way possible. We can work with our friends and neighbors to get the United Nations out of America and Canada and anywhere that wants to be free. The United Nations is owned and operated by the bankster thieves and their Vatican handlers. We can educate ourselves about what a common law jury is and what the law of the land is. We can demand a common law jury of our peers. Judgment Day is coming for these United Nations bankster thieves, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing some of them do that little dance they do at the end of a common law rope. Their common law courts springing up all over, and these thieves are going to be brought to some real justice. And am I ever looking forward to it? I am glad it's not up to me. We never take the law into our own hands, because that makes us worse than they are. Their upcoming events: Color of Law, Fire of the United Nations Judicial Whore, Texas, City of Fort Worth Pigs, City of Grand Prairie Pigs, How to Do a Habeas Corpus, Asserting Sovereignty, Fire of the United Nations Judicial Whores in America. Copies of these documents can be found on my private group at Yahoo. I have got YouTube videos. If you're watching this, then you'll see my YouTube profile. I've got over 150 videos uploaded, and you can also contact me at that email address. So what's the alternative? That's the alternative. It's live free or die. And that's all there is to it. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my little rant today. I hope you got something out of it. And please circulate it around. What we're talking about now is marriage.
That's kind of feed into what we were talking about tonight. It was a pretty good pick.
Yeah, right on, man. That was a rant, huh?
Yeah.
All of his videos are like that, man. But I like the ones that he went the whole spectrum on that. But I like the ones that focus on the kangaroo courts, man, are that's some good shit too. But I don't have much to say after that, man. I'm gonna digest some of that. But it's been nice rapping with you all tonight, man.
Yeah.
Have to do this again real soon. Chad Klein, man, get an avatar, man, so you can come up here and talk with us. That's all you need, man. You don't have to go on camera, you don't want to, but I feel like I know you, to talk in the comment sections. Nice to talk with you. You have right, man. Let's collaborate, man, on some tactical actions. You know, some offensive actions. Oh, I'm covered. I had my finger over that hole. Sorry about that. Yeah,
I got a-
man. Yeah, get an avatar, man. Chad, you want to come up here and talk with us? Come up on panel, man. Anytime.
Yeah.
And, you got my email. Shoot me an email. I can show you those documents that I prepared, and I'd like your opinion on them. And you're right, man. I think we can collaborate on some offensive actions, man, and hold these bastards' feet to the fire. You know.
I got a lot of binge watching to do.
Yeah, man. Isn't it amazing, man? Something like can't believe you never heard of it before. You know.
Yeah.
I know there's ones out there you don't know until you stumble across it, but yeah, I always had some binge watching to do. Like some days I don't know, I can't think of nothing to watch. Other days it's like there's not enough time to watch the stuff I want to. Or most of it's just listening to it. You know, there's not really that much to really watch.
I love how that guy kept on calling Queen Elizabeth a bitch.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking
That was awesome.
Fire members.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm of Irish descent, and I know for a fact that my ancestry had been drawn and quartered by the English for just trying to defend their home. They were called treasonous, but the Irish have never been part of England. It's just they're forced into it. It's always been a fraud. So there was no way to be treasonous. But yeah, the only treason is the English crown. I loved how that guy called her bitch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's got some good stuff, and it's all just like little parts, you know, that he just rattles off. You know, you can tell he's got all that stuff committed to memory.
Mm-hmm. Well, shit, I'm gonna take off because I'm gonna walk down to the corner store and take my dog
Yeah,
with me
I'm
for the walk.
I'm done for, man. I'm burned out. Good talking, guys.
Have a good night. Good morning.
Soon. Okay, good night.
All right. Have a good one.